Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to the Chris Ann series of 2024. And even at this stage at Christery, where there is still, well, there's sort of like been a bit of a slack in terms of regular updates or very frequent ones, there's still plenty much we still need to know of right now. And I'll just say this as the most passive observer: just observe Christery. Do not partake in it, and do not try to be above or a part of Christery. We do that, and that's like the single best advice I could possibly give. So here's sort of how we do this, and you see here, we start basically from the top here, body. I'll try and make this a little bit bigger. Oops, there we go. We start off with body, with the DRUGS, and then we sort of work all the way down. And there's been some things that have been like added to this, and probably a lot of things being changed during this time. So I hope you're ready, because this is going to be a long one. So, and here's just a quick little mention just before we get started. Chris's recent failings have helped the Quickie gather more information for this article. Be a winner by adding this information in, and that gives you a place where you can just like log in and do all of that fun stuff. This new information can be found through the following sources: the place chats, and these are things that sort of like just been reappearing, and these are just for more speculation if you want a bit more insight to other things that we should know that Chris has been on or may have taken. So here we go. The despicable mention of rude words and DRUGS in Song of Christian. Now, a drug is any substance other than food that changes an organism's physiology or psychology when consumed. Much like shoving things up his ass, which we probably might have to get to, although there are receptacle drugs out there, so call that what you will. Recreational drugs were something that Chris used to preach against, until he eventually tried alcohol and discovered he loved the somewhat pleasant effects. As of 2021, Chris has consumed caffeine, cannabis, and alcohol. He has yet to smoke a cigarette or try any hard drugs such as cocaine. That's good, Chris, because I'm just going to make a mention about cocaine right now, is that, do you guys have any idea what actually goes into the production of cocaine? They cook it in petrol. You don't put petrol in your body, ladies and gentlemen. That goes in my car engine. You don't do that. So if ever there was a good reason not to do cocaine, that is it. Chris has also been on a litany of prescription and over-the-counter drugs to treat his various ailments. And dear Lord, there are so many of them, but we'll get to them in a different article. So as you can see right here, this is just his prescriptions, his alcohol intake, his tobacco. Then those get to things like cannabis, caffeine, and of course his references. Prescription drugs. Prescriptions for mental health specifically, which can be found on the main autism article, which again, that's an entirely different subject for another day. Due to Chris's autism, he has had to take a variety of prescription drugs over the years. As of the year 2000, Chris has been taking the antidepressant Paxil for his autism, which increased from 20 milligrams to 30 milligrams after his psychiatric diagnosis. But sometime before December 2009, he'd stopped taking it, and instead began taking paroxetine, citing Paxil's side effects. Interestingly enough, both have the same chemical composition, meaning both are the same drug with different trade names. If word ever gets out that Chris felt paroxetine didn't have the same side effects as Paxil, know that this is just an example of the placebo effect. It is possible that Paxil or paroxetine's side effects included making orgasm harder and increased potential for weight gain. Well, considering Chris's diet and his inability to even so much as lift a finger without, sweating, that might be the case anyway. Sometime afterwards, Barb found out about its side effects and switched to fluoxetine. It is likely she switched relatively recently, as she still mentioned paroxetine well into October of 2017. In that same paper, it also mentioned his taking of imipramine for unknown reasons. Prescriptions for other ailments. For the majority of his life, Chris had no cholesterol problems. To combat this, instead of eating like a normal human being and getting exercise, He eats poorly and rarely exercises, while taking Lipitor, a cholesterol-lowering drug. While Lipitor and similar drugs can have a positive effect in lowering cholesterol levels of those taking it, if one doesn't change their lifestyle, as well as there will be little change in the cholesterol level. Chris, having taken Lipitor since at least August of 2009, has had some improvements with his cholesterol levels. Getting a source of 140 milligrams per milliliter, while not low, is not high either. Since Chris is very unfit, it's likely that Lipitor seems to be doing a decent job. It's worth noting, as Casey and her dad pointed out, he started taking the drug in his 20s, when it and other statins are really meant for people above age 40, and are only recommended for younger patients when the risk of early cardiovascular disease is that high. It would be interesting to know exactly if this was also Bob's idea, or did Bob want Sir Chris to go on Lipitor. It's possible. I mean, even during this period, Bob was early 80s, and you got to think even during that period, it must have been on his mind somewhat. I mean, he sadly didn't have much long left to live at that point. Sad but true. Chris also takes a drug to combat blood pressure, likely a blood thinning concerning his fat-high diet. It is known that Chris also takes antibiotics for his UTIs, or urinary tract infections. Not a very pleasant thing. HRT. Ever since May of 2015, Chris has been taking various forms of hormone replacement therapy, or HRT, to successfully transition. Spoiler alert, it's been nearly 9 years since at least he started taking HRT, and, well, we'll get to what might be irreversible effects that because of Chris not having taken it properly or not getting the right sort of treatment, although that might be down to a cost-saving measure because of the nature of Chris wanting to transition. Estrogel. Normally, the transgender person may plan out their gender transitions with doctors to ensure safety throughout the process, especially of the taking hormones. They don't go see people like Dr. Nick or Harold Shipman for that matter, for that reason. Unfortunately, Chris did the opposite. In 2015, he acquired Estrogel, a hormone replacement therapy cream meant for post-menopausal women. Maybe he just stole it from Bob or something, I don't know. It is meant to be prescription only, but Chris got around the requirement to see a doctor by ordering through offshore pharmacy. Estrogel has high health risks, such as fluid retention, weight changes, rise in blood pressure, potentially disastrous for an obese person like Chris that probably not even Lipitor could combat, and blood clots. And that is when it is applied properly via a very small dosage on the arm once per day. He even managed to fail at following the directions on the packet, as shown in Estrogel application and vibrating bra how-to, in which he slathers the cream onto his stomach like buttering bread, as he puts it. And by the way, yeah, we're just straight up, I don't even think, can we even view this? Please, for the love of God, tell me wait a minute, did I miss something? Go to Violet for transition. Okay, that's the... So, I will say this, is that Violet 4151 is that if you did want to sort of go into a little bit more detail about those who actually are transitioning and those who are doing it properly, then there's your answer. And I don't think it's worth... You could see this on, like, Geno Samuel's, like, I think it's, like, part 45 of his documentary he does this. And also captures the fact that Chris, who looks like he's just had a lot of seaweed dumped on his head, and not particularly looking very clever, as he just sort of lathers his belly with Estrogel. Aha. He even managed to fail... Okay, Kim Wilson revealed that he was taking the hormones in May of 2015. And Chris mentioned the drug again as late as August of 2016. Throughout 2015 to 16, he repeatedly complained via Facebook posts of feeling dizzy and ill, but failed to connect the dots and think it could be caused by taking overdosages of a black market drug without a physician's approval, which, is not particularly out of the question, because of the cavalcade of drugs that Chris has had to take for his health. I mean, I've never really heard of like people having to take like medication for autism. Only like maybe in more extreme cases. I mean, I've never had to do that, but that's not ruling out Chris. I mean, I could go into detail about how they said I was like on the very low end of the spectrum, but to me, that makes no real difference as far as I'm concerned. If you have it, you have it. But then again, that might be for other issues that we might be getting into. Proper HRT. At some point in fall of 2016, he finally went to a medical professional and was prescribed proper HRT. In his interview with Copper Cab, Chris mentions he takes the testosterone blocker for spironolactone, which he nicknames Spyro the Dragon, the estradiol to assist in transitioning. Okay, so we're just going to say he's been taking Spyro. That's probably the best way. Alcohol. Background. Like many things in his life, Chris has drastically changed his feelings about intoxicating beverages over the years. Chris once described alcohol as a slow-acting poison in his Future Message video. He also touched on the subject during Vivitag's AIM chat, where in line 309, he mentioned that he would not go to a singles bar because of it and cigarettes. When asked about alcohol in Mumble Chat 2, he stated that it causes liver dysfunction and likely bar fights and automobile accidents. Well, if you, like... But then again, he's, for some reason, Chris seems to think that if you step into a bar, you're going to come out turning into George Best post-England career. You know what I mean? Chris delivered a particularly effusive tirade in one of his single emails to Reggie, Fields, and me. Also, I bet you probably smoke and drink, don't you? I speak against those as well as those who are tools to speed you to death with cancer, liver problems, bar fights, and automobile accidents. Give up the habits. They are beyond gross and disgusting. In early of 2009. And this was him later in 2009 when he finally actually had a drink. I don't know if that's a caterpillar crawling up his up the side of his head, but it's very, very distracting. Keep it responsible, only once a day. And by the way, this is him having his quote-unquote first ever Long Island iced tea. His teeth don't look to particularly do good either. Discovery and use. Despite his initial feelings about alcohol, a hypocritical video of Chris drinking a Long Island iced tea was uploaded to YouTube on the 12th of June 2009, showing us signs that perhaps Chris is willing to throw all his principles out the window when it comes to chance to impress a female arises. Of course, it didn't work out, I'll just say that much, because again, Chris has never really dropped his habit of touching people inappropriately. You know what? If this was 2019 and not 2009, Chris probably would have been in prison a long time ago. That type of cocktail isn't recommended for novice drinkers, however, due to having a rather strong amount of alcoholic ingredients like vodka, triple sec, rum, tequila, and gin. It's possible that Chris chose it because he assumed, due to its name, that it was literally just iced tea. Alcohol was mentioned briefly in a video shortly after entitled, "I'm Sorry Dude." In this video, Chris makes an offer to treat Logan to drinks as opposed to his past offers of coffee or soda, to those whom he wanted to get to know. Alcohol was briefly revisited again on camera in Chris's Big Night Out 2, where Chris was seen drinking. Chris's first recorded video where he appeared visibly intoxicated was Bless the Fans, Curse the Trolls. Alcohol began a slow and steady progression into Chris's life. This was made obvious in an email to Regina, where he said, "I've also tasted Mike's Hard Lemonade, Budweiser, Miller Michelob, and Samuel Adams and a couple of others, and I am looking forward to sampling more varieties of liquor." God, this guy drinks more than me. You know what I mean? Budweiser is apparently his brand of choice, based on eyewitnesses' reports from Fridays After 5 and his account of a trip to a bar prior to visiting the game place on the 6th of June 2010, where the one that Chris admitted to drinking and then driving a car. And there was no females involved in that either, which is strange, considering that, again, Chris was threw that principle out the window for no reason whatsoever. Meanwhile, a video from mid-October 2010 showed Chris slugging Kahula straight from the bottle, although he didn't seem to enjoy it much. When a correspondent to Mailbag 6 challenged him regarding his shift in attitude, Chris replied, "I discourage underage drinking fully. I wanted to try it once for myself." In Mailbag 16 from December 2009, he described his drinking habits in more detail. "I am more of a social drinker," he says. "I generally do not spend a weekly amount on drinks. I only drink at like a party or with a friend on rare occasions." Considering how rare we're talking about, so that might not be much to boast either. This remark was met with some skepticism from trolls, since Chris has no friends, much less any who would invite him to parties. And even if he did, probably Chris would be like that one meme where it's like a bunch of parties and he's like in the corner with a drink and he's saying, "And none of these people know I created Solitude." You know what I mean? Even after discarding his original hardline attitude, though, Chris still found opportunities to get a little preachy regarding the demon liquor. In Mailbag 33 from early January of 2010, he remarked, "And alcohol in responsible, moderate amounts. It can be good for you. Yet I do not support too much of it. As if left unchecked, unresponsible, or unassisted, too much can lead to fights that can lead to a trip to the hospital and automobile accidents." He also, in Mailbag 5, advanced the bizarre theory that drinking while pregnant can provoke homosexuality in the child. I'm sorry. How Chris could... You know what, it's too late at night to think about moving on. On the 6th of June 2010, Chris revealed that he had been drinking at a bar after driving to the game place and getting into a confrontation with a manager. Alcohol may be contributing to Chris's declining health. Already declining health, but fair enough so. Since his decision to leave the internet and instead seek real-life interaction, Chris has revealed to us that he spent most of his day sitting in bars and playing on his Nintendo DSi. While he once claimed to be a social drinker, it is becoming quite obvious that he is anything but. Chris's childlike perception of the world is most likely deafening his awareness to the substance's advance of relevancy in his life. At this point, he may be turning to alcohol for escapism. Or escapism, I should say. I do apologize. Also, alcoholism has been proven to be a telltale sign of Peter Pan syndrome, which clearly applies to Chris. In addition, Chris, being the slow in the mind that he is alleged to add raw sugar to his beer on a regular basis. Why the hell would anyone do that? Not even the people who, like, put at least 4 spoonfuls of sugar into tea would even go that far. I mean, I've seen that done, but why? Why would you want to, like, it just destroys the taste. Not only is this unnecessary, but may lead to further problems in the near future, let alone, again, Chris's teeth. It is obvious that with Chris's current loneliness and depression, his alcohol use may yield repercussions in his life. And it did. In July of 2016, Chris, while thought to have been drunk and depressed over lack of progress of his gender transition, sliced open his taint with a knife to stimulate the opening of a vagina. I've covered all that story before. It is about as depressing and as fucked up as it sounds, because Chris very nearly got himself killed. I don't know whether it was why he was drunk, or he had it in mind anyway and just needed, like, something to calm the nerves. Alcohol made another appearance in the Cherokee Enchant performance, in which Chris states he had 5 swigs of vodka. I doubt that. I've got like at least 3 bottles of whiskey downstairs. I could barely do 1 shot, but I'll take Chris's... No, I won't take his word for that because I don't believe that. The Teen Drone Squad, aged 18 to 19, tried to get Chris to buy them Reeb in 2018. In 2021, enabler Kauai Sandbag revealed that Chris had told him in messages that he would drink heavily once every few weeks. Even though with known accounts of Chris's past alcohol use, this news was surprising and very concerning. I agree. The holy labels which Chris has been sending to fans from jail are expressly intended to be used for drinking non-alcoholic beverages. This is a strange inversion of the Christian rite of Holy Communion, which most Christian denominations celebrate using wine, although some Protestant denominations use non-alcoholic grape juice. Well, I would admit I've never, but that may be more Protestant churches, so call that what you will. It really, actually, I wonder if it's ever got to the case of Chris that he can get a free drink when he ever goes down to the church, but I don't think he's been since at least 2013, to my knowledge. Chandler family and alcohol. It is interesting to note that Cole Smithy mentions that Bob and Barbara Chandler met at a bar and acted like a couple of drunken losers. The Chandlers' pre-fire family room had memorabilia from various brewing companies, including Ballantine and Bass, indicating that Chris's parents never shared his antipathy to alcohol even in their old age. Chris's family line has a history with alcohol. Chris's maternal great-grandfather, Robert Pettis Wynn, drank heavily and had a girlfriend during the time he was married. Family stories say he failed to provide even the most basic support for his wife and children. There are others who say he was a moonshiner. Might possibly. And look at this. The official drink of Kick the Autistic. And yeah, and this is Chris when going down to 4-cent garbage. They're all drinking Reeb. In Solitude, Chris refers to beer in all instances as Reeb, which is just beer, spelled backwards. He probably thought this little immortalnap very clever. At first glance, this seems odd, until you realise Chris was under the impression that Solitude was targeted towards children. Never really was, not even probably to Chris. Despite the graphic sex scene in issue 8, and frequent depictions of violent death, and so, he feels he must censor any mention of alcohol in the comics. This is a common theme in English-translated anime shows such as Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon. Absolutely. Particularly those aimed at a younger audience. Possessing or drinking alcohol was also one of the worst crimes to commit in Quickville, and could have led to a $1,500 fine or 10 years in prison. The economy must be so up its own arse in Quickville that I'm surprised. I would have probably just taken the fine. Oh dear, 10 years in prison just for that. The fact that Chris thinks that 10 years in prison and a $1,500 fine are interchangeable is indicative of his broader attitude towards money. It is also interesting to note that this punishment is much more lenient than Quickville's the penalty for homosexuality. And you thought Chris was intolerant. Yeah, right. Chris later said in his Rolling a Trolling video that the prohibition had since been repealed. Oh, that's a relief. Reeb is the drink of choice for the drunkards working at 4centgarbage.com. It should also be noted that there really is a drink called Reeb. Yeah, Chinese beer produced in Shanghai, though it's doubtful Chris knew it, and no smoking and want woman, two of Chris's war cries, and just, oh, for God's, really, just like, picture can speak 1,000 words, can't it? And smoking will eventually cause cancer, and you'll be more likely to get heart attacks, viruses, and your life will be cut drastically short. They don't call cigarettes and cigars death sticks for nothing, other than killing you slowly. If I could, I would take every last ounce of tobacco, put them on a rocket, and shoot them up to the moon. Chris. That's quite a nice looking ashtray right there he's got. Tobacco, called tobacco by Chris, is a recreational drug derived from nicotiana plants. If Chris could, he would send... Okay, so basically he's just saying blah blah blah, he's going to send them to the moon. Given his flip-flopping regarding his hatred of alcohol, it is uncertain whether Chris has ever smoked, although he did pretend to smoke a peace pipe for Jackie. Very... I don't smoke either, it's just dry throat and all that. Chris on tobacco. In his famous future message of the 24th of February 2007, Chris expressed his wish for all tobacco to be shot to the moon. In an ED edit from the 10th of November 2007, regarding a comment about Christian Weston Chandler's future message, Chris said he was uncomfortable saying the word tobacco. I don't really know why, but let's hear his reasons why. I have given thought of sending the tobacco to the sun, but then the smell from all that would likely emit from the giant star and stink up our galaxy, possibly shortening the lifespan not only around our world, but the other 8 planets as well. Chris thinking that there's other life on other planets, or the fact that the sun is somehow a star, is whatever. Chris wasn't particularly very good at science, was he? Or astronomy, or space. Chris has also related a dream what he once had regarding the risks posed by tobacco consumption. I was in a factory and I watched people lying on a conveyor belt with their mouths full of cigarettes, going through burning ovens, coming out signed not on fire, then dunked into a huge tank of alcohol that dissolved them to dust, like acid would do. And their remains would come out of the factory's smokestacks in puffs of smoke and ashes. And another detail, the front of the factory is skull-shaped. So, yeah, it's basically like Dr. Wily's castle right here. Why are there bones sticking out of Dr. Wily's castle? That's, like, a bit ominous, wouldn't you say? Chris has stated that tobacco and alcohol importation is the most severe crime in Quickville, and warrants 10 years imprisonment or $1,500 fine. In short, importing cigarettes is worse than rape, theft, or murder, or even being a homosexual in Quickville. Ironically, one of Chris's own ancestors was a tobacco farmer, according to his death certificate. That's quite funny. Maybe that was the one where Chris thought he had a Cherokean heritage. You never know, eh? Cannabis. Chris seemed to have an even stronger hatred for cannabis, also known as marijuana, pot, or weed. Despite its being hailed as a possible autism treatment, but, don't ever tell Chris this is evidenced by the fact that in Quickville, cigarette smokers are only given a $1,500 fine as before, but those who simply possess weed are taken to a maximum security prison, the same place Quickville detains terrorist leaders. As was the fate of Kathleen in the book 10 Replacement. Interestingly, the Jamaican war veteran Enos from the original Solitude issue 10 somehow managed to escape in the sentence, instead being forced into a soup hotel by Ultra Solitude. Dialogue indicates it was because Solitude believed he was actually smoking tobacco, despite him being high as a kite, unintentionally revealing that Chris may believe tobacco and cannabis to be interchangeable. Probably. The fact that Wacky Tobacco was used as a name for cannabis back in the 1940s and 50s further adds weight to this theory. I wonder if Chris has, maybe Chris ever watched the movie Reefer Madness, and maybe he thought to himself, yeah, that they're both the same, they're all bad, so all under the same handle, everything is a Class A drug. In true Chris hypocritical fashion, it was revealed by Kim on Facebook that in July 2016, Chris had tried smoking cannabis at OmegaCon and was offered it at Impulse as well. Chris confirmed that he did try weed a couple of times in a Twitter comment. Thanks, not totally my thing, that kind of high, the couple of times aside. Just mentioning things in passing is quite modern for Chris, to be honest, as well. Things that he probably shouldn't be, mentioning, but, he is his own man. He's 44 years of age. No, he's only 40. He's only 42 coming up. Am I right? Yeah, that must be right. Under the influence of the idea guy, Chris changed Solitude's official birthday to the 20th of April or 420, often celebrated as a stoner holiday. However, given the idea guy's apparent obsession with Nazis and other offensive topics, this could also be a reference to the birthday of Adolf Hitler or the date of the 1999 Columbine High School massacre. In 2018, Chris smoked pot with the Teen Troon Squad, hanging out at their house to partake. Virginia legalized weed at a state level in July of 2021. Even though, again, this was the same month, this is at the end of the month was when Chris was arrested, so he basically missed out on this, making it the first southern state to do so. However, Chris spent most of the month hooked on a different vice, which is still very much illegal. Oh, that's mean, that is. And finally, caffeine. Being an avid Coca-Cola drinker, Chris is no stranger to caffeine consumption, though he curiously denied using caffeine in the Autism Papers. his heavy soda consumption is likely to blame for his disordered sleep patterns. Notably, the 2014 house fire started after Chris tried to brew coffee in the bathroom early in the morning, causing a frayed extension cord to spark and set the house on fire. Way to go, Chris. You couldn't just leave well enough alone. But I'm telling you this now, guys, he was not doing it to look for work. That's for sure. Because even to this day, ladies and gentlemen, it's been at least 5,000 days since Chris at least applied for work. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the Chris and drugs section. So it's a kind of a very sad state of affairs. I don't even know why I bothered putting those on. Is that, like quite a lot of people who seemingly have not terribly much to live for, Chris turns to only one of the few things that can give him some actual joy. And given with what we went over with like Peter Pan syndrome and his need for escapism because of Chris's very tenuous grasp on or off reality, it just about might be the only thing he's got to look forward to, and that has fueled his delusions as well as fueled his rapid rise from the cradle to the grave. So, you know, as they say, you know what, winners don't do drugs, ladies and gentlemen. And that's just about that. And I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back this late at night. And the only reason why I'm, like, wearing a hoodie at all is because it is, like, it's gone stupidly cold in this room in the span of just a couple of minutes. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm actually going to do. I'm going to do something a little bit unprecedented. I'm actually going to light a candle. That's what I'm going to do. There we go. Just to get as much heat in this small space as I can. So, there we go. So, Chris and nutrition. This is sort of like, for those at all interested, we're sort of getting like very, very close to the end of his the cases about his body, rewritten and prepared for 2024. With this being perhaps the hardest one to get my head around, and then there's all sorts of things afterwards. But until we get to then, ladies and gentlemen, let's reminisce. Now, I feel like a large part of this article is going to be related to Chris's health generally, as well as his diet, his nutrition, and stuff we've covered a little bit earlier today. I'm trying to get my hands over the over my candle just as much as I can, and there we go. So anyway, health disclosure. This article contains in-depth discussion of Chris's physical and or mental health. This page is not to be construed as a substitute for medical advice or a professional diagnosis. All diagnoses are either taken from outside documentation or based on amateur analysis. Bit like me. So, rated M for honest content. So, you've been warned, I guess. Food is both a biological imperative and cultural medium for humans. The human body is meant to run on a wide variety of foodstuffs for a balanced diet, and cultures around the food have created a multitude of dishes using available ingredients, mostly from animal and plant sources. More recently, however, food has become industrialized, which makes food cheaper and tastier, to the love of our hero Chris. Unfortunately, this industrial Western diet doesn't always carry the best nutrition. Culminating in the first thing we see here, something different today for lunch. I've been re-binging King Possible on Disney Plus, so I love K-pop. See this, 2 soft shell tacos and an order of nachos. He made what he calls a knocko, which is, he didn't make anything because obviously this is literally just straight from Taco Bell. Maybe he just ordered a separate shell or something like that. Maybe that's what he did. Cooking abilities. Chris claims that he cooks for himself 4 to 5 days a week, making his cooking a major source of his nutrition. He has said that he took home ec classes in school and that he owns cookbooks. However, when Jackie asked him to cook spaghetti, an incredibly basic dish, mind you, in a YouTube video, he dodged responsibility by claiming that Barbara had blocked the kitchen up with junk. Or in his own words, she put a lot of crap in the way. So he instead mind the act and microwave some canned spaghetti and meatballs. It can be deduced from this that Chris can't or doesn't cook, and simply buys microwavable meals every time he claims to be eating at home. Oh, that video gets a lot worse, by the way, because alone, or among many other things, is that Chris seems to be adamant in that just buying a packet of pre-cooked factory-prepared Swedish meatballs is somehow better than actually making meatballs yourself. And listen, I've made spaghetti and meatballs since I first started watching Chris 4 years ago, and I literally could cook circles around this meatball. And yeah, it literally can be. Again, when somebody's imagination doesn't even spring to the idea of actually just pretending to make stuff, let alone just mimic, just peeling a packet open, that's about as lazy as it gets. In a letter written to Kelly Sheridan that was posted to Twitter, Chris claimed to have taken up basic cooking skills as a way to keep his mind more active. Well, to keep any part of your body active whatsoever, but then again, being active is not necessarily in Chris's forte either. Sad but true. In addition, Barb no longer cooks for Chris after he and Bob had turned down a spaghetti meal she had offered them. A turn down he claimed to have deeply apologized for making it even less likely that Chris can eat anything that requires to be cooked, let alone anything that requires time and preparation to be made. Which brings us to fast food. As a result of his minimal cooking skills, if any, and due to how even the simplest of tasks tire him out, Chris often prepares to eat out over making food by himself, which is a false economy, and it means that no wonder Chris has had issues with his finances many, many times in his life. He is infamous. He is an infamous fast food lover, eating at either McDonald's, Burger King, or some other fast food restaurant at least once a day. At least once a day? That's you can't really underestimate just how much that is in one day, and especially even in this economy. That is how much could that be in just 1 week? That's like nearly 50. That could be nearly $60 in just 1 week he's just spending at McDonald's. Also, he has been known to dine out at least up to 4 times a day, which is just absurd, beyond absurd. The fact that he's merely fat and not morbidly obese with such an awe-inspiring calorific intake and inactive lifestyle suggests a fairly high metabolism, one which will almost certainly not last indefinitely. That's true. The frequency of his fast food trips was confirmed in 2015 when a Quickie Farms user sent him $500 to see what he would do with it. And the majority of it does consist of basically all of these, which is McDonald's, Burger King, restaurants, grocery stores, the kitchen, and his own bedroom. With how little space he has to do anywhere, well, we'll get into that in a second. In fact, actually, let's just get into it straight now. This is the actual receipt that Chris had spent. So from what we got here, we got Sheetz, UPS, Walmart, Wim Supercenter, McDonald's, Sheetz, McDonald's, Family Dollar. Well, I can assume this is like maybe a grocery store. Sheetz, McDonald's. And bear in mind, can we just El Algarve, so a Mexican place? I'm going to assume, maybe, ladies and gentlemen, a word that I very rarely use, is that Chris spent all this money on himself and he didn't bother taking Bob anywhere. Or maybe, who knows, Food Lion, 91 cents, but then it was like 21.80, so maybe they bought something and then they decided to come back. Papa John's as well, which is ludicrous, because any fool would knew already that would to go straight to Domino's. Why would you go to Papa John's? Oh well, what can you do, eh? Consumption of food. Many, many times, Chris has been shown to be a glutton for all kinds of food, eating excessively in public places and during parties. Chris gets invited to parties? I didn't know that. Eating excessively in his complexion also gives insight into his daily nutrition, often showing various signs of acne and acne scarring. His most probable nutrition intake is as follows. Breakfast. Often nothing because he usually sleeps from 6 a.m. till noon, but when he doesn't do that, he travels to McDonald's or another fast food restaurant with a breakfast menu. Lunch, something quick at home or fast food. Dinner, dine out at a fast food place with family or have a poorly cooked microwave meal. According to Chris, he eats more vegetables than any other food group. The veracity of this statement is dubious at best, given what is known about Chris's medical history and health in general, as well as his tendency to lie. Yeah, most people who are on like Lipitor in their mid-20s are not healthy. Lipitor is prescribed for people who are like in their like late 60s and have histories of cardiac disease as well. During the father call, Chris told Casey's father that he was prescribed that he was prescribed Lipitor for his high cholesterol. He claimed he stopped taking the drug in fall of 2009, but whether he was being honest, especially given the number of obvious lies he told about his health in course of the rest of the call, is uncertain. When Chris admits to going to McDonald's, he regularly for his meals, including the time in the father call, he will often fall back on another lie that he only eats the salads provided and drink the lemonade. Say it with me now, ladies and gentlemen. Bullshit. Will often fall back on another lie that he only eats the salads and drink the lemonade. This is ironic, as McDonald's salads were actually proven to contain more calories than an average Big Mac meal, due to the sauce that came with them. Chris also seems to be under the impression that lemonade is healthy because it has, or at least tastes vaguely like, lemons, despite them being just as unhealthy as any other type of soda. In 2016, he began listening to subliminal frequency hypnosis videos under the false belief that they would improve his health. Well, improving his health by making Chris do absolutely nothing special whatsoever to actually change his life just suggests that it's another false economy, believing that you can turn your life around for doing absolutely nothing special whatsoever. We all know this rhetoric by now, but it bears repeating. They're all bullshit. He liked videos such as lose weight super fast, eliminate armpit odor permanently fast, lower your blood pressure fast, hypertension treatment, and produce odorless farts fast. Good to know that. Do you think any of them worked? I sincerely doubt it. There is no sort of scientific and or medical advice that proves listening to binaural beats can do any of these things. The only real effect is hearing loss if listened to at high volume, and maybe a headache. In 2017, Chris had a brief online relationship with Jessica Quinn, who has a fat fetish and influenced Chris with it. The Sonichu comic features an obese Rose Chew in an issue 12 after their breakup. Chris consumed a large bowl of ice cream, and then took a side photo of his gut saying, "This right here, this was all hers." This marks one of the only times that Chris has admitted that he has obesity issues. And by the way, if we can actually check this out as well. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. So this is the ice cream in question, and there it is right there. Chris trying to show people that he was missing out, and you got this poor 5-year-old kid in the background looking over thinking, what the hell is he doing? Don't we all, though? Meanwhile, in 2019, Chris showed us his idea of a salad mostly made of unhealthy ingredients like bacon bits and croutons. In 2020, Chris claimed to make a breakfast omelette with scrambled eggs with ghost pepper sauce or spinach. I don't know how anybody could eat ghost peppers, but I'm not Chris. In October of 2023, Chris posted photos of his snack bowl consisting of fruits, a large chunk of dark chocolate, and a liberal amount of what appears to be whipped topping. Chris touted the vitamin benefits of the fruits among the snacks, but unfortunately for him, the nutritional benefit is outweighed by the excessive amount of sugars contained in the bowl. So, once again, people who think that that's just okay, it's once again a false economy. Quite a popular term I'm beginning to coin on this channel, I must admit. Jail food. Since the jail saga, Chris was incarcerated quite a bit. So it's safe to assume he broke his long-standing policy of not eating prison food and entered the regular prisonary diet alongside all his other inmates. Ironically, this is quite the improvement to his regular dietary habits, as prison meals are provided in equal quantities per inmate and no amount of entitlement will get you a second serving. Pretty much the only opportunity that Chris had to overeat was either by buying the food separately via commissionary money or donations, and Chris stated that he liked the selection of food items they had for sale, meaning that most of the commissionary money that he did get was likely spent on junk food, which is probably no surprise that he didn't particularly receive too much of it. Probably the best thing that could have ever have happened, and my candle was starting to die on me. Literally, the problem is, I'll get to like the problems with my candle towards the end. Just the issue is that literally, it's kind of hard to like almost formulate properly the idea that Chris's ideas of like, it's not so much addiction. Is it more addiction and it's more just out of habit? Because it seems as though, again, this could be something that Chris could just almost break a stint with like really easily. But the problem we find, ladies and gentlemen, and this is sadly the case, is that has he ever thought about actually trying any better? But unfortunately, no matter how much the idea of like prison makes him think that no amount of, begging or self-entitlement will get him anything, it seems as though Chris literally will only ever prioritize what he ever like wants in the moment and virtually not much else. So make of that what you will. Once again, don't give money to Chris. It's the worst thing you could do. His ego is big enough already. There's no need to like make it any bigger. The quality of said prison meals, on the other hand, is debatable. Prisons in America can have anything from barely edible slop crawling with parasites to extremely nutritious meals that come in great variety and flavors. In any case, it's probably safe to say that even if Central Virginia Regional Jail is sitting in the former category, the meals provided would have been far healthier than what Chris is used to eating. In an October 2021 letter, Chris discussed the quality of the meals by writing that the food's mostly good and well. Not perfect meatballs, banquet diners have better meatballs, and chicken is often dry. Yeah, well, what did Chris think it was? A soup hotel or a soup kitchen? It's prison, Chris. It's easy life. This is the most you're ever going to get for doing absolutely sod all. So I hope he made the most of it. As of the 3rd of May 2022, following his 3-month stay at Western State Hospital, which is for more mental health reasons than anything else, his weight noticeably dropped since he was unable to exploit the begging for junk food money loophole he once had access to, and his final mugshot was taken upon his release on the 27th of March 2023, showing him having shed several pounds. After exciting incarceration, Chris appears to have regained most of his lost weight, especially underneath his neck. Yeah, it's one of those things as well. You can actually determine sort of like a person's weight, I believe, by the girth of their neck, and maybe among other things, like if they have like a double chin or stuff like that. But I think it's fair to say that how Chris managed to put the weight on so easily after 2 years in incarceration would be a very interesting thing to ask him. But if I haven't made a point of mentioning this already, don't go around trying to become part of Chris Tree. You just don't want to do that. Hydration and water consumption. Before 2020, Chris rarely drank water and was more focused on a lot of carbonated drinks and energy drinks, which have been proven to increase erratic behavior. There's a shock. This was such that an entire page of the Quickie was partly dedicated to just estimating how much Coca-Cola he drank in the span of 2 years. I sort of did a calculation myself. It was roughly, on average, at least 3 cans or 3 bottles a day he was going through. That guy, how did he not lose a limb to diabetes is anybody's guess. Now, of course, you could say diet or zero sugar, but that's besides the point. Then, of course, there's the money, how much it costs to even, live on that. Said article revealed that on many of the days between the 6th of March 2007 and the 4th of September 2009, Chris drank about 1.8 litres or over 3 pints of Coke every day, assuming that none of it was drunk by his equally obese parents, so he could gain points on My Coke rewards. This represents a grotesque 195 grams, nearly 7 ounces of sugar per day from Coke alone, representing almost 800 calories or a third of it's more like meant to be the third of an average an American adult, but 1/3 of his daily calorie intake nonetheless. And to put that in perspective, Chris drank enough Coke to fill 10 oil barrels in order to get the amount of points he got. Needless to say, the effects were staggering. On record, he apparently consumed a whopping 120 cans of cola on the 9th of April 2008, the 24th of March 2009, and 15th of August 2009. And this didn't send him into immediate diabetic shock is anybody's guess. Again, maybe he just bought it and he didn't exactly drink it. But then again, Chris has never really wanted to be economic about stuff like this, so it's anybody's guess again. Before his arrest in July of 2021, Chris drank tons of water from a Glacier water bottle with an amethyst crystal inside. He believes that there are many health problems that drinking water in this fashion alone can cure, such as food poisoning. While this is not actually true, it's far easier to survive food poisoning by 1. Washing your hands and preparing food in a sanitary manner. It's at least far healthier than drinking tons of soft drinks. Ever since the discovery of himself being a CPU goddess Blueheart, he had used this bottle constantly as a way to charge up his powers. Whatever they are, but that's a subject for another day. In order to help further the merge into its future stages. The reason he went with the amethyst crystal is more likely the same reason that he uses his amethyst ring in the comics as his main source of power. So, therefore, Chris used this bottle as a way to inadvertently make his powers stronger. It didn't prevent him from getting arrested or getting to Quickfill, so no, none of those things are true, but let's just pretend we didn't know this. As of 2023, Chris has developed an interest in the popular energy drink G Fuel. Oh, for God's sake, no, not G Fuel. Likely because the brand is known to constantly release flavors in partnership with various game and media franchises. An unsurprising example being that he has seen looking at Sonic the Hedgehog themed G Fuel cans during a post-jail release shopping trip. Given the canned drink has an average of 300 milligrams of caffeine, equivalent to about 3 cups of tea, it's likely, or cups of coffee I should say, it's likely Chris may soon slip back into erratic behavior patterns. Well, that as well as just heart disease, and Chris's body is already like a ticking time bomb when it comes to this stuff anyway, so why you want to encourage it is anybody's guess. Now, the results of Chris's diet are things I've discussed in the Chris and Health section, so if you do want to check those out separately, you're more than free to do so. Meanwhile, obesity. Chris has been overweight for nearly all of his adult life, and obese for a large portion of it. Dental hygiene. Chris's teeth have obviously suffered greatly during the decades of constant sugary abuse, let alone if he's ever bothered, brushing his teeth. Well, no, going to a dentist or even doing something even more basic and brushing his teeth. Several videos which he exposes his teeth have revealed that his molars are extremely rotten and full of cavities, while his frontal teeth are yellowish at best and olive colour at worst. This, combined with his infamous lack of hygienic prowess, means that it's flat out a miracle that all of his teeth haven't fallen out at this point. That also may be down to what prison has done because of the lack of access to anything high in caffeine. Well, anything higher than, let's say, Pepsi Max, but that might be clenching at straws a bit. Behavioural issues. Caffeine is a well-known stimulant and can impair one's ability to sleep. Chris's drinks all have an amount of caffeine in them, from coffee to Coca-Cola. This is undoubtedly addicted to both, and cups of coffee were spotted throughout the hallway in 14 Branch Lane Court just before the coffee maker burned the entire house down. So, whether you want to say that's an indirect result of his addiction is the fact that it literally didn't make him think that what he was doing could destroy his house is entirely up for debate. Fecal incontinence. It is believed that Chris's diet is one of the causes for his fecal incontinence. The other one being ramming stuff in his rectum. But that's quite a different tale, as chronic constipation can be one cause of fecal incontinence. Chris's diet of McDonald's, microwavable food, and little or no fruit or vegetables in his diet is very likely ridiculously low on fiber, and thus a surefire way of causing constipation. And Chris being going on with this diet for who knows how long is going to cause irritable bowel syndrome and maybe another reason for Chris's problem with controlling his bowels. The cause of IBS is not known, and maybe another reason for Chris's problems with controlling his bowels. The cause of IBS is, well, the two major triggers are stress and poor diets, with wheat, dairy, and carbonated drinks being known triggers of IBS. Given that Chris is a testament to fast food not agreeing with him, however, being raised on a poor diet, it's likely he'll stop eating junk food anytime soon. And finally, denial of his poor diet, which is just the cherry on top of this cake, eh? Chris often denies his diet is doing more harm to him than good. In The Father Core, Chris constantly lies about his poor eating habits to an unimpressed Matthew Devoria. At one point, he went off on a tangent about how he stuffed vegetables and fruits down his throat. This was after Matt metaphorically compared his daughter's book reading to how much candy Chris probably consumes. Yeah, if there's one thing you probably should know straight up about Chris's eating habits is that if there's one thing to be grasped through a lot of this is that if you needed more proof that just straight up if you're somehow still not convinced and think that it's possible to consume so much junk food and somehow still lead a very active and responsible life like Chris, then you're going to be in for a pretty nasty awakening, I'm afraid, my friends. And then things sort of get a little bit bad to us because of about what I'm about to add next, is that you may be asking yourself, ladies and gentlemen, and the amount I've tried to intersperse in this reading about, would it not be better off if Chris just straight up spent his money that he would on, junk food, just go down to a market, go pick up some fresher ingredients, or even just get some cheaper filleted sides of beef and just cook them and stuff like that, or just get some chicken, which is about as cheap as you can get, but you know what? You could do a lot with it. Would it not be better off if Chris just did all of these things and cut out fast food altogether and just to save a little bit extra money and just to do things better? Well, yes, of course it would. Of course it would be better. But the point is that Chris would never even dream of doing such a thing as this. And the peculiarness of not just, and it's not just a health thing, it's almost down to an economic and maybe even a political manner, is that the less money you have, the less you feel inclined to actually spend it on dull, wholesome food. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we have to understand is that when you are unemployed, meaning that when you are poor, harassed, civically depressed, consumed, bored, and miserable, you don't want to eat dull, wholesome food. You want something in theory that's a little bit tasty. Now, it's true, eating McDonald's or KFC is not in any way going to actually properly nourish you for the long term, especially if you want to live a longer and prosperous life without the risk of heart failure, diabetes, cancers, all the rest of it. But the theory is that they are nicer than crusts of brown bread and cold water. Now, again, maybe any of this wouldn't be an issue in the first place if it wasn't down to the fact that Chris probably secretly deep down inside probably enjoys this easy life. Not the one in prison, but just the fact that he doesn't have a job. He doesn't actually have to really support anyone except whatever he really wants at the moment by crying for donations from his dedicated but rather small fan base, even back in the day. And this is just something that, as you get older, you sort of learn to understand, ladies and gentlemen, and it's called being responsible. And unfortunately, whether you want to say this is down to Chris's delusions, his mindset, his autism, his inability to accept change, the fact that nobody in their right mind would ever even think about helping Chris, because Chris will just throw it back in your face and demand more from you anyway. I think it's fair to say that the choices Chris has made are the ones that he's going to keep. You pay the consequences for the choices you make, ladies and gentlemen. And with all that being said and done, I hope all of you guys have enjoyed this article, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we welcome all of you back to another Chris and section. More specifically talking about Chris and his sort of, his love affair for things degenerate and covering all things besides. So, hopefully everybody's having a good day, and I apologize if my voice may come off as a little bit raspy during all this, is because I spent a lot of time talking yesterday, and well, that level of like inexperience of talking at such great lengths, it can do certain things to one's throat. But now we move on to Chris and the world of fashion. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is your tax dollars at work and his helpful tugboat. Oh yeah, you just love to see me in the old red, white, and blue, from Chris to Casey, and Chris trying to be flirtatious, and we know that just Chris can't sound sexy for toffee. Let's be completely honest. Chris has a somewhat peculiar taste in fashion. Although he is willing to spend thousands of dollars on video games, toys, and sex dolls, Chris is very stingy when it comes to shopping for his clothes, which are usually purchased secondhand at thrift stores like the Salvation Army and Goodwill. Prior to coming out as transgender, the majority of shirts he owned were colourful coloured attires and undersized rugby shirts, most of which were decorated with horizontal stripes, which, despite being scientifically proven to have a slimming effect, have had any such potential effects crushed by Chris's impressive or otherwise bloated physique. Mailbag42 revealed that at least one of these shirts, the Advice Dog, was purchased by his own mother. Wow, you're telling me at nearly mid-20s and Chris still has to rely on us. I've not had to have clothes bought for me since I was at least 16. Everything I just got for myself, and and of course, this is Chris, by the way, when he was about 7 years old, and geez, even at 7 years old, Chris already looked incredibly stressed. Man, it's actually kind of a little bit sad looking at it, but yeah. Though his mother didn't directly dress him anymore, well, that's a different matter, Chris still chose to wear these shirts. The advent of Chris's transgender shift was accompanied by a change to garb that may have been more feminine, but was awkwardly cheap and hideous. And by the way, this is him circa 2019, and I'll give you guys a little quick show of this. It's like a My Little Pony tiara, a headband, another headband, and like checkered eye straining tights, and blue and yellow sneakers that he spray painted himself. A small gallon of water. Well, at least we hope that's water, and a My Little Pony plushie, and both are wearing medallions. And Chris carries around his rucksack and half of a dozen other things as well, whilst he was at Region 10. Okay, so youth to adult. Childhood. In his youth, Chris set the general tone for years to come with many striped polos, t-shirts, and khaki pants. The only difference compared to adulthood is that he sometimes dared to wear single-coloured shirts with his favourite game and television characters on them. The only articles of clothing he was seen in until the summer of 2010 that didn't follow the long-sleeved colourful clown suit theme were the yellow Pokemon t-shirt and he owned since he was 19 and a Sonic Heroes t-shirt he wore throughout 2004. They did not look particularly good on him. I mean, listen, I love Sonic Heroes, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I wouldn't go that far. There's limits to certain things, and from obsessive to you gotta get out a bit more, and certainly not in a Sonic Heroes t-shirt. Does it give like an article to the clothes? Oh no, it's just to the actual game. Anyway, trademark clothing. And that wasn't before he started wearing it, by the way. This is the original and most iconic look of Chris, the standard until mid-2011. It is a look immortalized in his comic book self-insertion. His outfit usually consisted of his favorite shirt, a Ralph Lauren rugby striped suede polo, which was so tight that it accentuated his voluptuous masculine bosom. This is the shirt that Chris almost invariably drew himself while wearing in the comics. Trolls came to call it the clown shirt or the classic. It was thought destroyed in the 2014 fire that gutted the Chandler household, but later resurfaced for sale in 2017, when Chris listed it for a minimum price of $1,200. Most say it wouldn't even be worth 12 cents, but, you know, Chris needed to try. I mean, he didn't try bother getting a job, and even to this day, it's been over 5,000 days since he last applied for one, so, you know, give or take. Due to the financial crisis, and that as well, he had found it in a bag of damp, mouldy clothes, wet from the water the firefighters had used to extinguish the flames when his house burned 3 years prior. He washed it and then wore it for the first time in years when he uploaded live game stream C-Log 04192017, the shirt. The shirt was thrown out by Bob in mid-2018. Since then, Chris has worn a similar looking shirt with orange stripes instead of red. A t-shirt, undershirt, typically white, his medallions sporadically and his high school ring, a pair of P-word glasses attached to a chain, jeans or khaki slacks. Chris's jeans typically defined his rear end to a disturbing level. He may have been wearing women's jeans, or he may have been simply wearing pants his guts long ago grew. The belt buckle of fail. Alternatively, a green terry cloth bathrobe with a mismatched, of course, black belt on occasions, when he's in the mood for recycling. Oh god, this is yeah, I know what that's in reference to. Ugh. Or when even getting dressed would involve too much stress. I mean, again, considering Chris doesn't have a job and he doesn't have any aspirations for going outside anytime soon, so why bother anyway? On occasion, a dark suit jacket, perhaps for funerals or church. During the winter months, a dark blue parka with orange and yellow stripes to enhance visibility. Starting in late 2009, a bra to keep his previously mentioned bosom in check. And then we cut to the IBA outfit, the Ian Brandon Anderson outfit. In mid-June of 2009, roughly around the time he made Certain Friends, Chris temporarily decided that his current look was old hat. He got rid of many of the striped shirts, mostly because he couldn't fit into them anymore, and grew a goatee. The reformed Chris's wardrobe consisted of a plain coloured t-shirt worn over a long sleeve shirt, tattoo sleeves, a black vest, unbuttoned, that was too small for his enormous girth, a dog tag worn around the neck as a substitute for the medallion, a goatee, and sunglasses over normal sunglasses. The glasses chain remains. I'll be honest, I've never understood the appeal about people who carry around two glasses anyway. I mean, if you needed things for, like you say, reading and just, walking about anyway, just like people prescribed glasses, that might be fair enough, but Chris's vision has sort of mostly been okay, whether he needed to read or otherwise. I mean, he's mostly had to wear glasses anyway, but, it's one of those things. His new attire was first... I just scroll down 1 inch, and then the gay trucker outfit comes up, and Did Chris get like bitten by something when he was during this time? Because his forehead looks bad, or it might be like acne or something like that. His new attire was first properly presented to the world in the Rolling and Trolling video. Soon afterward, however, he went back to sporting his traditional clown shirts and claimed that he had been pressured into making the Rolling and Trolling video. However, on the same day he shaved his beard, he drew the first picture of Colossal Chan, a character which preserved the look for all eternity. And in case you guys wanted to see this, well, wasn't that worth it? So, the gay trucker outfit. After he promised to leave the internet in the spring of 2010, Chris threw away his clown shirts, ditched the medallion for several months, it returned back in September, and picked up a new wardrobe in an attempt to look like a normal person. This included, but was not limited to, a denim jacket from Goodwill that he cut the sleeves off, or, making it look somewhat like a gillet, a sleeveless white shirt exposing his pale, flabby upper arms, the dog tag from his IBA outfit, and a baseball cap. Notice how this pose in the picture is eerily reminiscent of the She Came for Quick .jpeg. Yeah, and I definitely cannot show that, but yeah. The result was a modified version of the IBA outfit. It has been observed that when Chris tries to look like a bad boy, he ends up looking like a gay trucker, hence the troll's term for his new wardrobe. I think part of the problem is that Chris tries. It's like he's almost trying to force a smile a little bit. If Chris was sort of like a bit more just like mellow about it, like he did. Okay, let me see if I can try and just give you guys an idea about what I'm trying to go for. So if Chris sort of looked a bit like this, like it just do something natural, do something relaxed, and then it should just be like. Or something like that. I mean, again, I wouldn't attempt for the. I wouldn't attempt the look anyway. But yeah, you know what? Again, I'm no means like an expert in fashion and stuff like that. So you just take this sort of suggestion with a grain of salt. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure if Chris should have like looked around for inspiration, or at least maybe lost a bit of weight first. Whatever. Anyway, the only way he could have made it look gayer would have been by combining it with his muscle bra, which unfortunately he did, and in public. At this point, going back to the medallion would have actually improved his chances of picking up gal pals. And you have to remember as well, among other things, that he wore this venue to Fridays After 5, where he was like, there were predominantly a lot of children around, and Chris stuck out so badly that it was genuinely quite creepy, to be honest, for a plethora of reasons. With the arrival of the gay trucker outfit also came an interest in t-shirts that boldly exposed Chris's desire for sex. Because of course Chris would do that, often in exceedingly tasteless ways. The first clear look at one of these shirts was in a profoundly disturbing video leaked in late April of 2010, which featured Chris wearing a parody shirt that changed the Mountain Dew logo so it read Mountain Dew Me. Fans hoped that since this was a private video for a potential sweetheart, it wasn't. Chris didn't intend to dress like that outside his bedroom. I wonder if literally it's even worth just checking this out. And well, there it is, and well, 42 bust Chris claims this to be, and can we even see this? I also missed these as well, where they label it like, you know, subject matter, performance style, and the person involved and stuff like that. I missed these, going through the quickie and seeing stuff like that. But yeah.
Hey, Jeff. Not good enough for starters and to make
sale.
By
the way, just for the record, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's Tomoko is probably less cringe than Chris ever could hope to be, but just.
Anyway, as for that, the quote-unquote Vanessa Hudgens, actually, this was actually, in reality, this Spanish dude I know, Joshua Martinez. Yeah, he was pretending to be Vanessa that whole time, and it ticks me off, that guy. That's another story for another day, though.
One thing I should also point out is that while he was attempting to woo Jackie, he continuously gets Jackie's name wrong, keep calling her Julie, and then he also does this.
Some finger play. Lots of fingers. But yeah. I could be like...
Oh, God.
You lick your pretty little click there. Tickle your pussy. Oh, and here's the fun part. I can roll my tongue. I put it in there and extend it while it's in there.
Jeez, you know what? It's I don't know if it's just it's an inclination of just how unhealthy Chris is, or if he'd forgotten to take his Lipitor that morning. But even while trying to imitate the act of stimulating a woman's he looks almost out of breath and almost relieved that it's over. Maybe this was the point where Chris sort of maybe thought, like, was it even worth doing it? Anyway, when he wore a shirt that said "Enjoy Vagina" to Fridays After 5, a public family-oriented concert, he topped this by pulling that shirt over his head and standing around in his muscle bra, on which he had written "Want Woman." The common belief was that these unfunny sexually themed shirts were the next evolution of the attraction sign, a way for him to inform potential mates that he is available without ever hoping to talk to people, nor spend any effort in making a sign. It probably didn't work. In late August of 2010, Chris returned to the internet with a series of videos in which he sported simple, loose-fitting t-shirts. The effect was interesting, bringing him closer to normality than he'd been in many years. He was still a pale, sweaty, balding, fat, pathetically weak man-child. That's saying that that's underplaying things probably, but in Ruckersville that put him reasonably close to the mainstream. I have no idea if this is a dig at the people of Ruckersville, but let's just say it's neither here nor there at this point. A number of Chris's t-shirts appeared to have been with him from a decade or more. A Manchester High shirt, a souvenir shirt from the Brickfest event in 2000, and a Pokemon trainer shirt from the Books A Million, where Chris played card games between 98 and 2000. Either he's willing to keep shirts that have some personal significance around for a very long time, or his pack rat tendencies prevent him from throwing any of them away. Definitely stuff he probably... I don't even consider Chris to be a hoarder. I think he just doesn't, he just keeps things for just to have them, not because he is obsessed or anything like that. It's just for the sake of possessions and stuff like that. The Carlos Chantal outfit. A simple picture of Chris posing as a male prostitute, and that's just about everything you need to know. Oh, and by the way, it didn't work, and this didn't last, and Chris still looks like he's trying to ode in a shit whenever he smiles. I've mentioned that before, but then, well, if you're going for the angle of trying to attract females from the guise of a male prostitute, it's probably a better idea if you just sort of be a bit more relaxed and you just... If Chris was worried about people recognizing who it is, unfortunately, we could tell almost immediately. I'd never mind his looks, but also his language and all the rest of it. Many of things we'll be getting into later, but it's not particularly too difficult to spot Chris out, just based on very, very simple and repetitive forms of speech and everything else in between. Transgender fashion sense. Early fashion. In April of 2011, a series of leaked pictures showed Chris dressed in women's clothing in public. This outfit consisted of bright green nail polish, earrings, a purple glass stud, and a blue ring. Note that piercing the right ear is traditionally code for homosexuality. Guess which one Chris pierced twice. But again, I don't know, maybe he thought that nulled the effect or whatever. Women's sandals, blue eyeshadow, jeans, blue string top, black thong. I'm going to assume that Chris leaked that information himself, and that's not just the quickie guessing. A silver ring. Note that silver rings have been used to semblance as a pledge of abstinence until marriage. Not that, again, I wouldn't have known that, and I probably wouldn't have cared either way about that. A red and blue sweater vest, tank top, with a red shirt underneath it, red lipstick, a new pair of glasses, and a new headband as seen in Facebook pictures. So, as you can see, he made himself into a sweetheart from the ground up. Isn't it funny how that sort of thing happens? And, well, I don't know, maybe Chris could have done something to, I don't know, maybe clean. It still almost looks as if Chris hasn't showered because his hair looks very unkempt. But, again, what would I know about, you know, like having issues with hair? And, of course... You got this, and all I can do right now is picture the Melvin voice when he does this. Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me hard. I think just hair just went in my mouth doing that. While not seen in the leaked images, Chris's posts in Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia revealed he also donned skirts and panties as part of his new look. In September of 2011... Chris was also photographed carrying a purse. Chris was very happy with his new fashion choices, but friction with his parents made it difficult for him to wear makeup and women's clothing overtly. Sometimes he had to change after leaving the house or before returning, but he could always wear a bra and panties. Whatever. Late fashion. Chris continued to wear female clothing, albeit with some refinements over the course of the next couple of years. Although he has long since dispensed with the clownish polo shirts and jeans, many characteristics of his Tomgirl wardrobe are remarkably consistent with the way he dressed when he still wore men's clothing, especially in terms, or rather, clothing that did previously belong to other men and then he just bought secondhand, but swings and roundabouts, especially in terms of color coordination and clothing size. He also remains committed to buying all his clothes from thrift stores, giving him the appearance of a dumpy bag lady. He summarized his style in November 2014 as colored leggings, denim skirts, mini to knee length, bold colored shirts, and blouses. Some of the most frequent themes in this feminine fashion choices are, but are not limited to, clashing violently opposed colors, particularly red with blue or green, clothing far too small for him, dresses or skirts with very high hems, leggings to help with tucking, sports bras, big floppy church lady hats, eye makeup applied poorly, and usually purple or blue in colour. And then, of course, there might come to the point where Chris... Okay. A deviation from this style was seen in the video of the 26th of December 2014 incident, or, you know, the blue arms incident, or whatever you want to call it, where Chris is shown in purple My Little Pony shades, properly as a disguise, a silver headband showing off his ever-receding hairline, his Manchester High sweatshirt, short jeans, matched with long purple socks and or another pair of pants, and boots, possibly Uggs. Well, that sounds more like a sound that Chris would make, but yeah. The fact that Chris wore skirts and makeup for each of his court hearings in 2015, even those to which Barb accompanied him, suggests that he constantly dresses this way in public, and that his mother has come to grudgingly accept her son's transgender attire. I mean, maybe, but at this point I don't really think like Barb cared all that much anymore. In 2015, Chris also started dyeing his hair blue, but predictably failed to do it properly, and ended up dyeing it an ugly seaweed green instead. I'm not entirely sure how hard that could have been to do, but Chris can somehow manage to find a way to make something look really, really difficult and or completely improper, because Chris just, I don't know if he couldn't be bothered. It's, again, one of those things where I just think that Chris just couldn't be bothered to read or do things properly, and why on earth would you be surprised either way? Combined with his wardrobe that manages to somehow simultaneously resemble the attire of a 5-year-old girl and a 65-year-old cat lady, the resulting look has been sardonically referred to by Kiwis as mermaid grandma. Possibly, and then, well, I don't know. I've never seen like the rebooted The Little Mermaid, but I'm pretty sure Ariel had much better. I mean, this is sort of like, I don't know if this is like meant to be a wig, this one, but I wonder if this is like more the style Chris was going for, but it just wasn't meant to be. Gopnik outfit. Oh god, and now we're sort of like more moving into like the idea guy stuff in terms of timeline. In December 2017, Chris appeared in a video dressed as a classic Russian gopnik, wearing a striped black Adidas tracksuit jacket with his usual ugly skirt and cap, drinking a bottle of vodka. The full ensemble, as Chris wore for his famous appearance at MagFest in January of 2018, consists of the cap, jacket, often unzipped over another shirt, and a pair of matching tracksuit pants, often under a skirt. Not too sure why he would need... You just need one or the other for that case, but... However, he often swaps out the pants and sometimes wears one element of the outfit on its own. Chris first wore the Gopnik outfit under the Idea Guy's influence, but seems to have adopted it as a mainstay of his wardrobe. In February of 2018, he introduced a new model of the Christine doll with the tracksuit stripes and logo painted on. Oh, that must have been dreadful to see. In April of 2018, Chris drew himself in the Gopnik outfit on the cover of Sonichu issue 17. As recent of December 2023, Chris has been spotted in public wearing a pink version of the Adidas tracksuit, jacket, and the cap. So, Vivoloshki. It never really died. The vinyl scratch. More like makes me want to scratch my eyes out. The vinyl scratch is a white-blue tube skirt with a double-hole music note. In 2015, Chris attended OmegaCon cosplaying as DJ Pony, nicknamed Vinyl Scratch by his fans, from the My Little Pony Equestria Girls franchise. The whole note resembling her cutie mark in her pony form. However, after the convention, Chris would continue to wear the skirt that came with the outfit almost daily, likely not washing it very often up until his arrest. I'm glad there's no evidence picture to prove this, but yeah, again, this is the problem again with when you're wearing shirts that are too short, is that it almost always looks uncomfortable to wear, and Chris, again, is just sort of trying to... I don't know if it's natural or just how it is and stuff like that. Then, of course, you have, like, other things here, that, like, the Breathe It In shirt, which he wore towards, like, 2018, and I don't know, it's just a shirt with Breathe It In on it. There's not much else to say. Although, ironically, a lot of these were filmed when Chris was completely going out of his mind about the dimensional merge, and yeah. Although, considering Chris has never really been to work since 2003, goodness knows why he thinks things need to be that stressful. Then, of course, you got headgear, which is, again, just unicorn horns, which, again, I'm just going to go into here and stuff like that, and you see Chris, once again, either having a small stroke or trying to hold in two dumps at once. Why is it every photo that Chris is ever in, he looks so just uncomfortable, sort of like, it's like, it doesn't like quite look natural just when he's trying to, like, smile or even be next... And 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I had to like almost pause and unpause the video there briefly. We discussed the thing where he's wearing more Sailor Moon and stuff like that. A CPU wire tiara. So basically, he just made a thing with wire and stuff like that. It's meant to resemble a CPU logo from the Hyperdimension Neptunia franchise, and well, your guess is as good as mine as to how comfortable this made Chris to wear. And then sort of we get like two more, and I think like they sort of speak for themselves, like just rocks attached to beads and Chris sitting there thinking that he looks cool, but no, it tells a different story because of all the other clutter that's just sort of now... It's basically Chris was sort of almost turning into a human version of the game Buckaroo by this point. You just needed to put more shit on him until he eventually kicked. And Chris, again, wearing yet another sort of tiara swords, although this one looks a little better, I suppose, but this was, like, running up to his arrest. Oh, no, actually, well, yeah, actually, it would have been. Okay, so, rings, and I don't know, this is just... It's a bunch of rings and stuff like that. Now, who knows? Who cares? Chris on fashion. Okay, so here we go. Now, one thing I will say just before we get into this is that the world of fashion is like 12. It's like having a small field with 12 beagles, and there is one beagle that like stands in front, and all the rest of the beagles have got their nose up the one beagle's arsehole. As far as I'm concerned, that is everything you ever need to know about the world of fashion. And, well, let's see what Chris's opinions about this seem to reflect. In November 2016, Chris posted a commentary on women's fashion. In it, Chris implored women to wear skirts with leggings instead of pants, saying to view it from a pervert's perception. So from Chris's perspective, okay. They are downward and have good view of the in-between, as well as easier access to picture in their imaginations from there. Chris is the only person in the world who would admit to that, unironically, but... And he... With a dress... Now, again, considering Chris never actually takes up on this advice, I think we could all view this as to which perspective we're seeing this from. With a dress or skirt concealing the area, it is actually more difficult for the perv, and thus more difficult to picture and imagine what is or isn't at the groin area. Why did Chris think there was something else hidden there? But your guess is as good as mine. You probably might need to ask him yourself. He also requested men to consider wearing kilts, stressing to wear pants underneath, saying, "Nobody is impressed with that bulge. Moreover, it is absolutely offensive." I wonder if there would ever be like a... There probably wouldn't be, but what if a situation where somebody called out Chris a pervert in public because you could see like his eyes were looking at stuff like that? And let me tell you something now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not too sure if Chris has ever done that before, because it's like, you can't tell for certain stuff like that. But you've got to think that... Oh, God. Well, that's... But then again, he's stared very hard at things like that before in the past, and do you really think Chris has made up for stuff like this ever since? You tell me. That's not really for me to say. Which indicates that Chris has shifted from obsessing over men's chests to observing over their crotches. Several photographs of Chris taken in early 2019 show him wearing an orange, white and blue striped shirt, including an eyewitness photo of him at a Target store. Theory of fashion. The clothes that Christian chooses seem almost like a costume for him, especially his infamous striped shirt. Given that he is autistic, observers speculate that he may have difficulty with identifying things visually, including himself. In Solitude issue 7, he alluded to having take time to study his appearance in a mirror, possibly wearing the shirt in question. Chris seems to regard clothing and colour as an integral part of people's identities. During the events of the Liquid saga, Chris took a special interest in Liquid's shirt of a brown striped shirt, referring to Liquid as the brown striped imposter, and fixating on Liquid's shirt as a symbol of his inauthenticity. Despite the fact that Chris owns several brown shirts himself, probably that might be as a result of you-know-what he did to them and maybe wiped them on it. But again, with any evidence to say whether he did or not, that leaves this question sort of in the dark. Chris also believed that police officers wearing brown or beige uniforms weren't authentic, and that true police officers only wear blue and black. He referred to the man he pepper sprayed as a yellow-shirted foe, and let's not forget the time he maced was inspired by Sega changing Sonic's arms from tan to blue. Like many of his lifestyle changes that occurred during the Tom Girl saga, Chris's unceremonious abandonment of his classic shirts came as a surprise to trolls who had spent years speculating on Chris's clothing as a symbol of his identity, and his usual resistance to change as a symptom of his autism. However, even in retrospect, Chris seems to hold the clothes he used to wear in very high regard as a symbol of his identity and legacy, as shown when he listed the classic on eBay for a whopping $1,200. Or, sorry, $12,000, I should say. Not that $1,200 is worth it either. Writing after the end of the auction, Chris felt the need to commemorate the occasion with some words, because of course he would. Yes, the shirt's auction has ended high, but I am still awaiting payment from the mother of one of the fans. who, unless remains anonymous, will have her name go down in history for not only restoring a very iconic artifact, but also improves this artist's family's life. After the restoration and disinfection of the shirt, her most grateful son will be proud of her for having gone down in history for restoring the 5 Survivor iconic shirt of Sonichu and Rochu's creator. Thank you, Mrs. Chris on why history should remember the momentous occasion where some dumbass bought a moldy piece of cloth from another dumbass. Not only is this statement extremely egotistical, even by Quick standards, but it also portrays the fact that Chris continues to treat a shirt that he let rot in a plastic bag for 2 years with an undue amount of gravitas. It seems that Chris's views the clothing he has worn over the course of his life, much like the various names he has had, as an important symbol of his identity, as it has twisted and changed, because autistics are known to place extreme importance on inanimate objects. This can be seen as standard autistic behavior. Maybe, possibly here or two, give or take, but it's not unfounded, especially not in the case of Chris. And as we can see, the shirts, the classic, the advice dog. Who even makes shirts like that, or even expects people to buy them? The imposter, the Napoleon, the racing stripe, the Power Ranger, the Dunwich horror, the Two-Face, the Pokemaster, the horizontal horror, the jerk-up, the greasy flag, the Starfleet captain, the Segundia or Testarari, the flag-waving patriot, the Captain Falcon, the Danger Stripe, the Cyclone Joker, the Swamp Monster, the Traffic. Did they really call it the Traffic? I'm done. I can't do this. The Man-Child, the Rugby of Shame, the Parappa Shirt, the Statesman, the Muscle Bra 2. There's at least several others, because for some reason Chris didn't catch on to the fact that you can actually wash bras to clean them, and he would like discard one after 3 days of use. I'm not joking. The Dirty Dashikai, the Mountain Doomy, the Ducky, the Shamrock Shake, the Shamrock Stripes, the Burgundy Nightmare, the Burgundy Nightmare Redux, the Bumblebee, the Intimidator, the Rainbow Flag, the Big Green, the White Trash, the Happy Jack, the Border Butcher, the Ivory Poacher, and the Virginian Monkey. And then we get into his pants of just jeans, slacks, and mellow yellow. And then we also cut to his cross-dressing boutique. From the Clopper, the Shattered Heart, the Broken Brony, the Promoter, the Sonic Rainboom, the Happy Hag, the Dealmaker, the Bubblegum Nightmare, the Toothpaste Tube, the Manly Chester, the Big Baggy Blue, the Man-Child Meltdown, the Classic 2.0, the Gopnik Outfit, the Lavender Lint Lingerie, the Ruckersville Motherfucker. And it's prison clothing. Oh no. Oh, that's perfect. And then finally, the New Age Funk, the Tracker, and the Classic Replica. And we also see here just pants and skirts, which include the Southern Western Sweats and the Vinyl Scratch, which almost looks like a shower curtain, if you ask me. Then we get to accessories from his unicorn cosplay, the crystal and gem necklace, and the brony bruises. And finally, other aspects of his fashion sense, which include his shoe coloring video, and goodness me, they look bad. In May 2020, after being sold to Jacob Sockness. Then you also see other little small things, like a wrist warmer, which is just to keep his wrist warm, I guess. It is what it says. A fanny pack. And cosplaying. Do you think we should do a separate video for this? Because there's quite... Yeah, okay, well... Well, as far as we could work out, there's Chris trying to dress like... Is that Cole Smithy in the background? Holy shit, I think it is. So, this is where he dressed as Ash Ketchum, but decided to wear and there's a pickle as well, or maybe that's a pepper on his fridge. And aside from other things as well, this is him when he was, he had the Sonic Hero shirt. Great game. Clearly, just don't wear that sort of thing for what it's worth. Then, of course, you get all the things he did for Jackie, which includes the likes of, well, Mr. Popo, and again, if you don't quite know what this is what I think he probably thought he would look like. In the end, well, literally, it speaks for itself. This is, this is literally Chris donning blackface trying to assemble Mr. Popo, and then sings from the Crash Test Dummies. I don't really know if that's what basically is. Yeah, it's cheap, and Chris does things that probably people just straight up shouldn't do, and I suppose that's about it. Yeah, that is about it. So, from what we understand, ladies and gentlemen, and I think the biggest thing we could take away from this, ladies and gentlemen, is that unlike it would have been too perfect if somebody did like a parody video and it ended with the Gopnik outfit and somebody just straight at, "We are the Gopnik squad and we're coming to town, beep beep." And bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not calling myself, Gok1 or America's Next Top Model or anything like that. However, what I will say is that it's probably because he does get a lot of his stuff secondhand, so maybe some of his options are quite limited. But that's again probably why, if you wanted to like take care of yourself and dress like you want to and the things you like, then that's why you don't waste your every penny you can get on video games and all the rest of it. Actually get something to look after yourself. Do that, and things might be different, but that might be a bit too much to ask, and also probably never going to happen anyway. Still, we can all dream, can't we? But that is going to do it for Chris and fashion, ladies and gentlemen, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again. You know fine well that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to dress Chris up as Ziggy Stardust, and he could probably work that into Sonic Shoes somehow. And I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to what's going to be a pretty lengthy article concerning Chris and his health. Now, you may be saying to yourself, that's a very broad term, and yes, it is. So with that being said, let's get to it, because there is a lot to dive into, and you know how I previously said Daniel Larson is sort of almost like a corpse, sort of like walking upwards? Chris is like kind of a bit more of a blob that sort of like shuffles about and goes about its business and stuff like that. So here we go. So first of all, Chris's recent failings have helped the Quickie gather more information for this article. Be a winner by adding this information. This information can be found here through the following scenes and sources. The Place Chats by Ben Saint, The Place Chats, March 2021, IV, blood pressure spikes, high heart rate, and Chris's body begins to shake. So these were probably a lot of things that were like only fully developed in the run-up to this, and that's the fortunate about updating these sorts of videos, is because there are so many other things that we probably should like be aware of, if for no other reason then we know exactly what not to do. So thank you. So here we go. Health disclosure. This article contains in-depth discussion of Chris's physical and or mental health. This page is not to be construed as a substitute for medical advice or a professional diagnosis. All diagnoses are either taken from outside documentation or based on amateur analysis. Let's go. Eat less cow meat. Grilled chicken is healthier. Vegetables and fruit are a must. Walking or jogging is great exercise daily. Standing helps too. Play some Guitar Hero on guitar. You have to stand while playing and move a bit for fun and movement. Chris's ironic eyes for Ivan Drago. So that's that level of manifesto towards health is probably Chris should have taken on board himself, but I think it's a bit late for that. Chris, as even those with a cursory knowledge of medicine can plainly see, is not in good health, physically or mentally. Considering his obesity, lack of exercise, poor nutrition, refusal to bathe, and the grave uncleanliness of his surroundings, he has an extremely high chance of developing potentially life-threatening medical problems such as cancer, type 2 diabetes, heart failure, atherosclerosis, and possibly a premature death. Yes, a premature death is considered is possibly one of the bigger ones up there, ladies and gentlemen, of developing, and a rather optimistic depiction of Chris in later life, illustrated prior to his identifying as transgender. Although, considering the illustration of here, you can only assume this might be Chris in court in 40 years' time, where the judge will be on the bench and he'll be saying, "What do you mean you found out where Bob was buried?" I'm okay. I apologize. I'm sorry about that. So as you can see, there's a lot to go over here. So hold your breath, guys, because you might. Okay, you know what? Speed dial 3. Get some pizza in, because we're gonna crack this if it takes all night. Diet and nutrition. Put simply, Chris is a fatty. He is a big lad. He is a fatty. You know, he you know, we should always like start off articles like this so we can always act as an incentive by replacing our name with Chris. So again, next time we're ever feeling as though we're going to be called fatties and stuff like that, we should use that as an incentive for the very next time we're reaching for that slice of cake. Oh, we like cake though. Yes, we do. We like cake. You like cake. I like it. I like cake. We like cake. We like cake. I like cake. Give me cake. Give me cake. I fancy cake. Right. Anyway, a contagion of madness later. Unfortunately, he continues to deny this fact, and often lies that he cooks for himself often. In fact, actually, to be honest, because of the obesity problem, not just with Chris, but with Americans in general, did you know that America is actually slowly sinking into the sea? I mean, an overweight man in Kansas recently let an entire bucket of KFC, and half of Rhode Island went under. True story, probably. Anyway, Chris's diet actually consists largely of fast food from McDonald's, which is adamantly not unlike the diet of many Americans. See, even here, even the article has no chill about this, so why? Don't give me that look. He claims to usually only eat fast food salads. Cap. But the caloric content of the salads often exceeds fast food burgers after adding the sauce that comes with them. True. Absolutely. In fact, wasn't it even something that there's actually more salt inside a salad at McDonald's than there is just for the French fries or something like that? Depends which fry you go after, I suppose. His diet contributes in large part to many of his health issues, as well as his financial problems. You know, food's it's not cheap. After spending 3 months in Western State Hospital, his mugshot upon returning to jail on the 3rd of May 2022 revealed him to have lost a significant amount of weight. This is likely due to Chris being completely unable to beg for money to spend on junk food. Absolutely. However, since his release from jail in 2023, he has quickly ballooned back to his former obesity. Yeah, that literally didn't take long at all. And again, if proof be needed that even while he was institutionalized, it absolutely had no repercussions or any effects on him whatsoever. Well, outside of having to move to a new house and stuff like that, but, you know, he had to get out of 14 Branch Lane eventually. Hydration and water consumption. Up until 2020, Chris's water consumption was incredibly low, and his primary fluid consisted mainly of carbonated drinks, as revealed by Chris having 8,000 MyCoke rewards points. For reference, buying and redeeming a 36-can pack of Coke is only equivalent to 25 points. The data point gives Christorians a metric in determining the amount of soda that Chris had actually consumed. In fact, it is estimated that between the 6th of March 2007 and the 4th of September 2009, Chris drank around 2,500 bottles of Coca-Cola in 2.5 years. Good lord. So, hang on a minute. Let's do a little bit of a calculation here. We're gonna do this justice, ladies and gentlemen, and well, you knew I always was gonna do this anyway. So, okay, so 6th of March to 4th of September. So what we're talking here. So 1, 2. Okay, so 3. Okay, so 365 times 2. Add 1 because we have a leap year in 2008. And 4th, okay, so we go 4th to the 6th to the 4th. So That's 20. Okay, let's see. 6. Okay, so that's 8. 38. Okay, so 38. Okay, no. I could do this. I could do maths. Okay, so okay, so that's 20. Okay, 28. 28. 170. 175. So in the span of 906 days. So that would be on average. He would have to drink roughly. Oh, it doesn't even say what, but it doesn't say if it was a bottle or a can, but that's the equivalent of 2.75938819 a day. So he's basically having more than 2 bottles a day. And that, ladies and gentlemen, probably wasn't worth it in the end. And good lord, that took me some time to figure out. Dear me. Chris's heavy consumption of carbonated beverages is also illustrated in a video in 2009, wherein Chris creates his infamous semen-flavoured Fanta at the request of Ivy. Chris believed that in consuming his own reproductive fluids, he could recycle his semen and protect his fertility. I'm pretty sure having a high sugar count, not outside of diabetes, I'm pretty sure it's the sort of thing that actually can kill your fertility, but don't take that from me. I'm not a professional on this. The belief in this concept alone gives Christorians great insight into Chris's incorrect view of not only biology, but how consumption of food and beverage works in the human body. Contrary to his previous practices, it seems that after 2020, Chris's water consumption has increased, as he often been seen with a Glacier water bottle. However, as early as January 2018, Chris expressed a favouring of water. Inside said bottle is an amethyst crystal, which Chris believes heals him and recharges his powers, as he believes the powers from the crystal are transferred into the water. I'm pretty sure it's more likely it's probably going to poison him, but considering we haven't seen any evidence to the contrary, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about either. When Chris was in prison, the trend of drinking water likely remained in his diet, which contribute to his loss of weight. It's a shame, literally, this didn't rub off him on anything like that. And what you're actually going to see here, I'm not too sure if I'll be able to show this because copyright with the music, but it's basically a music video culminating in Chris trying to. I'll tell you what, I'll do it without actually. We're just putting it on mute, but as you can see, Chris thinking that he's got a little Chun-Li in me, and trust me, Chuck E. Cheese, that's the closest Chris is ever going to get to Chun-Li, and we see him trying to lift makeshift dumbbells, not actually do a push-up, try to do Kung Fu, not in any proper attire. So, yeah, the only thing I could actually, add to this embarrassing display is the fact that the only reason he was even motivated to do this whatsoever was only because he tried to prove he was stronger than Liquid Chris. It wasn't because of his own volition, it was because there was a bird involved, which is, as you probably guys will come to know, is the only real source of motivation. You want to make Chris actually do anything, get a bird involved, and he will flubber like a dead fish, as you see here. Okay, so I'm done watching that. That's just ridiculous. While my body is strong and powerful, I am unable to run fast without losing breath 10 seconds in sonic running speed. Well, that probably means he's running too fast, you know what I mean? You need to pace yourself, bro. Chris has not had any regular exercise since leaving high school, and the lack of physical activity has contributed to his already ballooning shape. Since he barely leaves his house and focuses his time on playing video, his lack of exposure to the sunlight has left his skin a frightening pallor that starkly contrasts to the dark background of his room while making videos. In fact, to be honest, I spoke before about what looked like bites on his forehead. Perhaps Chris was developing rickets of some description. possibly not, but, you know. Also, most fat people have strong, stocky legs due to carrying around all that weight. But since Chris very rarely performs any task more physically demanding than standing up, sad but true, even people who suffer from scoliosis actually are more than capable of doing this. Or people who suffer from hypertension could probably do that with maybe some degree of effort, but probably more than Chris could ever do, functional as he is. His muscles have withered away, leaving a body made almost entirely out of fat, as evidenced by his incredibly thin and weak arms that are incapable of breaking wooden sticks and barely capable of tearing cardboard. When questioned about exercise, he regarded standing up and playing Guitar Hero as exercise. Bullshit. Needless to say, Chris is clearly delusional. Chris never seemed to show interest in actual gaming titles such as Dance Dance Revolution or Wii Fit. In Chris's Parappa the Rapper contest entry, where he foolishly chose to dance, he seemed to get very tired very easily from dancing for a mere 30 seconds and even stopped recording to take a break, evidenced by the abrupt change of position. And by the way, once again, something of a running theme in this is Chris thinking he could hold it in, and Chris undoubtedly letting himself go because he probably realized he couldn't have held it in any longer. Yeah. That might also have something to do with his diet, but we'll take a look at that in a minute. While attending Fridays After 5 for a while, he danced in public like a stroke victim, then sat down to rest and play some video outdoors. Despite this, he is capable of dancing in place for over 7 minutes in Welcome to Bollywood. Whether or not he did this with the magic of jump cuts remains to be seen, and I don't particularly know if people even on the Quickie have time to go into stuff like that. During the later stages of his infatuation with Casey, many of Chris's videos showed a growing obsession with his own physical power. Chris apparently believes himself to be a nigh unstoppable testament to human might, and has made several videos dedicated to flexing and feats of strength, while performing Herculean tasks such as lifting boxes of Minute Maid lemonade and almost doing fake push-ups. He appears to believe that he could have defeated both his rivals, Greg Mays and Liquid Chris, should it have come to blows, and as such had challenged themselves to fisticuffs multiple times. Of course, Chris is once again completely delusional about his own abilities. The push-ups and curls he has struggled to do on camera only serve to demonstrate exactly how hopelessly out of shape he really is. He's so fat and his muscles are so small that it's never clear whether he's actually flexing, and the fighting moves he's shown are laughably incompetent. Were Chris to get his wish and physically confront Greg or Liquid, he would definitely have his ass handed to him. In the Father Call and the subsequent Casey and Liquid Call, Chris made various claims about having taken up jogging. At one point, he claimed to jog 5 miles or 8 kilometers a day, but it didn't take long for Casey and her father to call him out on the obvious lie. The truth is clearly shown in Sonichu's Edge, where Chris runs only a fraction of a mile and had to take 6 breaks to catch his breath, whereas a person in decent health would take a few seconds to jog the same distance without having to stop as often as Chris did. Yeah, can't really emphasize just how bad that makes Chris look, but there it is. Chris's downright pathetic muscular structure may be at least partially stemmed from hypotonia, or lack of muscle tone, which can occur in people on the autism spectrum, although it is clear that his poor lifestyle has only exacerbated this. I love exasperated, it's a great verb, isn't it? Bicycling. Bicycling. Chris has owned several bicycles over the course of his life, but it is unknown if he ever rode any of them regularly. The most recent one was lost in the horde sometime before 2010. Chris has made the occasional reference to biking over the years. In Casey Call 18, he claims to have a scar above his left breast from a bicycle accident he had when he was about 5 to 7 years old. Chris received a bike as a Christmas present in 1995. In his OkCupid answers, Chris claims that he always wears a helmet when he rides a bike. good job, Chris. I applaud you for that. In Jackie Chat 6, Jackie asks Chris to make a video of himself riding his bike. Chris claims that his bike is buried among junk and he no longer has access to it. That's not the first time he's ever had to say no to one of Jackie's requests because of all the garbage in his house, but what can you do? How hard could it be to literally get an entire bike out of whatever? Anyway, the idea guys were here. Chris was brainwashed into believing he would need to begin exercising regularly in spring 2018 for him to be in shape while in Quickville. It's not even a bad idea, to be honest, but you'll see about this. Anytime Fitness. The idea guys manipulated Chris into getting a membership at an Anytime Fitness gym. In April 2018, Chris uploaded 100, a video of him working out in his bedroom with actual dumbbells of 20 pounds each, instead of lemonade boxes. He followed up by taking a selfie at an Anytime gym of him on a treadmill, speed walking 4 miles an hour for 2 hours. Chris, is that the most you could do in 2 hours? I can at least get to 8 hours. Well, no, 8 miles per hour, or possibly even 10 in 2 hours. Yeah, that's not really for a person your age, Chris. You probably should be aiming a little bit further than that. A couple of weeks after the treadmill update, Chris was cocky enough about his new lifestyle change to use a put down of telling other people they could stand to go to the gym to lose weight. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Chris has an incredibly strange habit of straight up telling people that, for Chris doing the minimal amount that he has to exert any authority on anybody else whatsoever. Sad but true. You are now blocked. Before continuing to insult me, whether possible, you should consider going to the gym yourself, as I feel you could stand to lose some weight. On the 7th of May, Chris lamented the fact that Weens had been calling up the gym to harass management about him. You jerks and trolls ruin everything. I can't even go to the gym without you harassing the gym that I go to. Later, Emily shared information that Chris had been banned from Anytime Fitness. Chris was legitimately getting complaints from fellow gym goers regarding being gassy and burping a whole lot, so he already had a strike against him for that. Then, coupled with that with people calling them inevitably got him banned. In the Kopitz interview, Chris claimed that he had only been banned from the Ruckersville location and was still regularly going to another undisclosed location in the Charlottesville area. However, knowing Chris, it is likely that this is a lie, and he has most likely stopped going altogether since the idea guys were removed from power. However, if he did actually continue to go to the gym, it is unlikely he could keep it a secret for very long. True, Chris has never really been able to keep secrets down because, well, of everything. Walking for exercise. Yes, the nature today is beautiful, and it was great temperature for a 4+ mile walk up the Monticello Trail. Lightning hot lightning. The exercise habit from the idea guys stuck with Chris temporarily, as he continued to go on walks, as seen in Walking to the Post Office, and him mentioning that he goes on nature walks with his support group. In December of 2018, he purchased a treadmill and filmed himself using it. For the first time in a long time, it would have seen that Chris had started to pay at least some attention to one facet of his health. However, only a few months later, it appears he has left his treadmill to rust. I think it was something about the fan belt on it was broken and Chris just never bothered to get it seen to. In 2018, Chris tried to sell a Fitbit activity tracker. However, no one bought it and he kept using it. He did 23,000 steps on a walk to the post office and back. In January of 2019, he released his Fitbit info to the Brony Babes group. Eventually, though, Chris gave up on walking, mostly using the Fitbit to monitor his sleep. That's really all he uses it for. And those things aren't cheap either. Just to monitor his sleep, how freaking lazy can you get for just doing that? Brony Babes. Chris began 2019 by participating in the Brony Babes challenge on Twitter with the goal of losing weight. He quickly abandoned it. What a surprise. Though after a barrage of blocks from fellow participants and voice actors for My Little Pony. Oh dear. Exercise in jail. According to a few jail letters, Chris's primary means of exercise in jail is playing basketball in the recreation room. Some things he never... So we went from manager to actually trying to play basketball in the span of 23 years. That's not bad for Chris, all things considered. However, a letter from a Twitter fan known as Eels and the Eggman also shows that he was restricted from the recreation room. Chris has not disclosed the reason for this. Any other potential means of exercise for Chris in jail are yet to be revealed. Yeah, I don't particularly think it's something that even Chris himself would want to divulge. I don't know, for legal reasons or because he just can't be bothered. One of the two. Hygiene. I shower daily, according to Chris. No, he doesn't. As quoted above, Chris claims to bathe on a daily basis. Just the presence of that line is, like, kind of shocking for what it's supposed to be. However, his propensity to lie and reports from people who have interacted him suggest otherwise. According to Emily, he reeked of rotten watermelons. Robert Simmons V said that he had a variant of the homeless person's stank, and field agents have said body odor masked with gallons of Axe. In fact, it might be that Chris regards Axe as a substitute for a shower. Rosechew seems to confirm this belief, as upon being told of Sonichew's Axe usage, she makes an awful attempt at suggestive wordplay, suggesting both that using Axe makes Sonichew clean enough for sex, and that cheap deodorant has an aphrodisiac effect on Rosechew. And as you can see right here, usually Ryan scent and whatever, it's just, yeah. Anyway, meanwhile, where Chris marinates in his own filth, note the pale orange-red staining on the improperly cleaned tiles, suggesting a case of Serratia massacrinus bacterial colony, a type of bacteria capable of causing everything from UTIs or to meningitis. Well, again, if proof if ever be needed that you need to actually clean your bathroom tiles, there is the answer. Because Chris is no stranger to contracting UTIs, and goodness knows if Bob has ever been succumbed to meningitis before, but yeah, or even if it attracted scabies, as we know it did. It would appear that Chris compounds the hygiene problem by frequently going for days without changing his clothes. Pursual of his videos has shown him wearing the same shirt for several days in a row. It may be that Chris just gets into nice clothing to make his videos, and as such doesn't get them dirty, allowing for him to use the same ones repeatedly. We could check all this out when I discussed the fashion videos that I did for him. Although with this hygienic habit would be at odds with everything else he does. Ever. The condition of his epidermal system is so poor that it's visibly noticeable, even in his low-quality videos. The texture of grease that is probably permanently adhered to his skin creates a disgusting sheen that reflects a significant amount of light. The same goes for his hair, which is in such poor condition that when he allowed it to grow for the Tom Girl pictures, many strands were clumped together in greasy, sticky locks. And by the way, in case you, I apologize. If you don't like the look of these sorts of things, then, well, you know what to do. And I'm actually going to, probably for the benefit of those involved, just to see if this is, like, as bad as it is. Okay, so yeah, I'm not showing any of these, but again, because we went through quite a lot of these sort of pictures before, it's kind of obvious that even while if the ideas about what was I saying about Chris's hair, yeah, it makes him look like Krusty the Clown on crack is the most polite way to say it, if nothing else. So I apologize for that. Trust me, you don't really want to go through those pictures. They're kind of disturbing. Many strands were clumped together and looking akin to the long beard of a homeless man. And even when washed, it looks exactly as greasy and unkempt as it did before, as seen in the hair difference videos. This neglect will only make his hair fall out even faster than it already is. This lack of cleanliness, combined with the state of his room, where he spends almost all of his time, means that Chris and his surroundings must smell absolutely disgusting. Chris evidently simply tolerates the horrible odors, perhaps not noticing them anymore. It may be that he has an abnormally weak or insensitive sense of smell, or has gone nose blind. Few other things would allow for such living conditions. Maybe Chris was getting secretly paid by someone to do this, but doubt it. Despite his irregular, at best, use of the shower, Chris is reportedly an enthusiastic consumer of hand sanitizer. Mims and Lucas recall that he would scrub his hands with germ-killing jellied alcohol after every post-card game handshake at the game place, doubtlessly offending his victorious opponents, and photographs of Chris at Fridays After 5 suggest he kept a bottle on hand at all times. Additionally, Mims and Lucas said in their Q&A sessions that Chris didn't have any noticeable BO during his time at the game place, suggesting that his odor problems would only worsen from that time onward. Blue Spike also mentions Chris's usage of hand sanitizer throughout Julie reveals herself. Though again, you might say that's kind of for different reasons, but, you know. A 2020 tweet suggested that Chris wears the Solitude medallion in the shower. Crayola fucking Model Magic and acrylic paint are both porous when hardened, and as such, the medallion will absorb grime such as soap scum and skin cells when Chris showers with it. The medallion has also grown more and more filthy and discolored due to contact with the hot water. Why he ever thought that it was a good idea to take it in the shower, I don't know anymore. Why would he do that? Chris stated in a November 2021 jail letter that he was highly encouraged to shower daily with Bob Barker on Irish Spring soap. Or Irish Spring soap, a towel and shampoo. While in prison, bringing hope that Chris's hygiene improved drastically at the time, Chris claimed that he was very clean. Chris quickly slipped out of this pattern after he was released, with no strict regime or guards to encourage him to shower, as evidenced by someone encountering him at Earthbound Trading Co. on the 3rd of May 2023. This witness commented that he smelled like pure shit and they had to breathe through their mouth very shallowly. I mean, again, no, I'm sorry, actually, I have to re-emphasize this again. You would have thought that Chris being in the Nick might have actually have confirmed, no, it's done nothing whatsoever. But then again, before Chris was even arrested, nothing he had done or had admitted to doing had any sort of impact whatsoever upon Chris. I know again I'm jumping on the bandwagon by saying this, but you know what? Noel was absolutely right. This guy has learned not a single fucking thing in 18 years. He hasn't learned a goddamn thing ever. And once again, as Noah stated before, Chris is malicious. He knows fine well that, not bathing or, doing all these things is bad, but he doesn't care. Because guess what? If he can get away with it, that's all that matters. And now we move on to not just how prison probably had to clean up after him in most cases, but also other things as other places he's had to live in his time, not just 14 Branch Lane Court. Simply put, Chris has spent many years growing acclimated to living in conditions of abject filth and untidiness. Not all of it was technically Chris's fault, but he didn't do anything about it, so he may as well just be part of the problem. The photographs and videos of 14 Branch Lane Court that he has so unwisely shared with the world showcase to us his filthy bathtub, as well as what appear to be overflowing bins that looked more like mounds of trash, a kitchen sink overflowing with unwashed plates and cutlery, and even an instance of Chris slipping on cat shit. Trolls also managed to extract from Rocky Shoemaker that the house was suffering some sort of infestation, which led to Bob being quarantined after being brought to hospital. and Chris being confined to his room to avoid being bitten. When Chris's last video of the house emerged in the months before the fire, it was revealed that the problem had only gotten worse since Bob's passing, with whole rooms literally rendered inaccessible, and some filled almost to the ceiling with items Bob had hoarded, and with various other rooms reduced to crevices carved into Bob's mountain of junk. Well, by the way, only half a year in and already human cesspool, quite the accomplishment. Yeah, so this was when he was in that rental property, and it's clear that, look, there's just like cat or rat droppings all over the place. And Chris didn't even think to bother to like clean this before even taking the photograph of this violin. Even after the fire, Chris and Bob have seemingly not amended their habits as far as housekeeping goes. Photos of the rental house revealed a steadily growing number of Lego boxes strewn around, as well as something more alarming. When Chris was taking photos of his merchandise for eBay, he inevitably photographed rat feces on the... Also, they're rat feces, so there's rats running about that place then. And this was 10 years ago when this all kicked off. When concerned customers pointed this out, Chris flatly denied it, even though he had given them photographic proof to the contrary. Moreover, after Catherine visited in August 2014, she recalled seeing junk piled up to the ceiling, and the dogs not being housebroken and allowed to urinate and defecate in piles of newspaper on the floor. I'll get into what I think about Clover and Snoopy in a later video, but to be honest, I'm completely out of my mind if, even for 1 minute, if I was ever walked into a house like that. The house probably would have been perfectly fine, but certainly not living with Bob and Chris. That's absolutely for certain. While Chris and Bob returned to the renovated 14 Branch Lane Court in January of 2015, one can only imagine the reaction of the landlord of the state in which they left the house, which as of April 2015 was still vacant, probably due to the mess they made. God damn it. You know what? Once again, it could only be assessed at the idea that they have no consideration or care for their surroundings, and therefore they will treat it as though they bought and paid for it. And I think that's just straight up like appalling behavior, to be honest. And vision. As evidenced by his oversized aviator-like glasses, Chris has a vision problem. Judging by pictures of Chris in his youth, it appears that he began wearing glasses around the time he entered high school. The extent of his eyesight problems is anybody's guess. His glasses are often fogged and dirty, thus simultaneously improving and worsening his sight along different feature dimensions. Chris often takes them off when things are getting serious, but keeps them on to read. This is evident in the video where he reads a letter from Nintendo and in the future message video. Chris may also suffer from facial blindness. This may exacerbate some of his current health issues, because there are indications that he legitimately cannot see the way his unhealthy lifestyle has affected his appearance. That's just called being delusional, but what can you do? Thus removing an incentive to change. Though that might be as a result of other factors as well. One of Chris's half-brothers, Dr. David Allen Chandler, happens to be an eye doctor whom Chris has been to seen in the past. The last time Chris was known to have seen him for an appointment was the 6th of January 2004. Wow, so over 20 years now? That's mad. Chris's driver's license has a restrictive condition checked, which commonly means that the driver must wear glasses in order to legally drive. Whether his vision contributed to his numerous vehicular incidents he has been involved in and has yet to be seen. However, it is a good bet that Chris should be wearing glasses while driving, for the sake of those sharing the road with him. In his C-Log 10/04/2017 Q&A and No More video, Chris's left eye is drooping noticeably, which may imply either an early sign of a stroke or substance abuse. to be honest, there have been plenty of videos both before and even some later on in which it could be assessed that Chris may be trying to hold back a series of small strokes. But again, without any evidence to suggest yes or no, you're going to have to be the judge for that. Which may imply either an early sign of a stroke or substance abuse. Both of these are plausible due to his obesity and poor nutrition from the former and his abuse of a black market drug for the latter. Hearing and speech. Little is known about the current state of Chris's hearing, but the autism papers said he suffered from high-frequency hearing loss in early childhood. Chris also has exhibited signs of tone deafness. His musical performances show little semblance of melody at all. Chris is known for his unusual way of talking, which goes beyond just having a southern accent. He mixes up, clutters, and substitutes sounds regularly. He also often talks quickly and slurs his words, and when he doesn't, his voice takes on a staccato rhythm. His voice itself is a very severe deformity, ranging in pitch from normal to the sound of a 3-year-old girl on helium all the way to Gilbert Gottfried. God rest his soul. It has been medically proven that one of the effects of autism is a lack of variation in speech such as tone, pitch, and accent. It can also work backwards, which could explain Chris's far from normal voice. Autistics often have difficulty distinguishing voice tone. Again, case by case basis, I say. In his Song of Christian video, his voice sounds almost entirely normal and even deeper than latter years, except for the occasional times where he recalls Conker of Conker's Bad Fur Day. However, this voice deformity most likely comes from the fact he has little to no human interaction. Such isolation has been proven to change a person's perception of pitch, especially if they're autistic. Chances are likely this has become permanent for Chris, given his decades of isolation. Boy, that became quite depressing quite quick, that didn't it? Dental health. Chris's fondness for baring his fangs in moments of tarred rage has revealed substantial dental work, particularly on his back molars. Oh god, look, the cavities of those things are like, you could fill a small crater with those things, which look to have had most of their surface drilled and filled to deal with cavities. It seems likely that Chris takes about as much care of his teeth as he does any part of his body, and that he'll be needing crowns and other painful, expensive dental surgery sometime later in his life, assuming he lives that long. I mean, Chris is in his early 40s as of the writing of this, the recording of this video, and to be honest, do you think Chris could ever reach 50? I don't know. Though I can certainly say that if there was one thing that was always constant, is that he can't live the rest of his life no matter what situation he is currently, because one might say these are the results of what happens when you decide not to actually work for your entire life, but there are other things involved as well, but just many other things. Although it is difficult to tell, partly due to Chris's awful camera work, in the few instances we get to see his teeth. They seem to be a strange yellow-brown colour, which is likely as a result of the consumption of carbonated drinks and his poor hygiene. In a June 2021 chat, Chris mentioned that he had an appointment for a root canal and for prep work to install a crown on one of his back teeth. Maybe whether he ever received... No, he wouldn't have gotten that treatment in prison. That's just no way. What would have happened if he actually paid for this and he has got arrested and he was only meant to get his dental work done the next day? Meanwhile, this is sort of where it gets a bit stupid, and also particularly quite dangerous, probably from Chris's perspective. Okay, so we're back after a short interval, but just to rest my voice and all that. It's the only problem with doing so many of these in one day is that it really takes it out on your throat, so I apologize. And interesting enough, now we move into Chris's cardiovascular health. It is known that Chris's father, Bob Chandler, had a long history of heart problems. Knowing this, Chris should have realized he was at a far higher chance of inheriting cardiovascular disorders and related risk factors. Thanks to his poor choices regarding his own health, he has made an already bad situation even worse. In August of 2013, Chris indicated that the stress he's endured has begun to affect his health, citing a symptom of high blood pressure. In 2016, he implied that he had hypertension. It was later confirmed in August 2017, when he stated that he starts taking prescription medicine for it. In September of 2017, Chris discussed his new method for growing larger breasts, which involves flavoring his food with soy sauce, as you can see here. As an example, he posted a picture of McDonald's fries doused in soy sauce. It is evident that he has conflated soy sauce-based foods with soy sauce, thinking that the latter would be a good way to boost his estrogen levels. In reality, the phytoestrogens found in soy products do not bind to the body's estradiol receptors, and thus will have no effect on his man boobs. Conversely, soy sauce is loaded with sodium, and said sodium is actually making him fatter due to weight gain and fluid retention, as well as inflicting further damage to his heart, which is already straining under the effects of hypertension. So basically, every part of this process is going to make him extremely unhealthy, no matter what happens. Although drinking water does help offset the effects of sodium-laden foods, Chris is too busy slurping on Coca-Cola to ever consider adding that to his daily food regime. Although he has been drinking more water recently due to his belief that putting a crystal in a water bottle will help him with his magical powers. Which is just about the only way it conceivably to be possible to convince him to do anything, but whatever. In January of 2019, Chris uploaded the results of a blood sugar and blood pressure screening. Chris's blood pressure is shown to be 121/84, classified as high blood pressure. His blood glucose is 63 milligrams, and his total cholesterol is 140, both of which are surprisingly healthy levels considering his lifestyle. Well, maybe you could just put this down to the fact that he's not, super, in states of stress all the time. AKA, he's not getting up and down all the time, or doing anything that requires any extraneous levels of effort, which might be as a result of, the medication for Chris's bouts of stress and stuff like that. In June 2019, Chris, via his sock puppet account, claimed to have suffered a heart attack, and that he went to the emergency room. It, however, it was confirmed to be a case of heartburn. His doctor referred to it as a gastro issue and advised taking Tums, which I'm going to guess is just it's something that people are prescribed. And before we get into his mental health for 1 second, excretory health. Chris has had a long history of fecal incontinence. One factor likely contributing to this is his diet. His continued abuse of his anus and rectum has not helped. Chris also has a history of urinary tract infections, despite the condition being uncommon with men. As mentioned in the previous section, Chris has revealed that he is now putting soy sauce on everything that is not sweet. In addition to worsening his renal health, when combined with the laxative effects of the intake of 12 prunes a day, part of the same breast growth formula, this is only likely to result in a higher frequency of dirty, cramped briefs. And speaking of high frequency, we now have to move into the very complex and dangerous practitioner efforts concerning Chris's mental health. When it comes down to his physical prowess, it's very easy to determine a lot of factors that lead him to such an unhealthy lifestyle and way of life. This, however, only exasperates certain things. As noted, Chris has a hostile relationship with psychotherapy, so there is little that can be said about what mental illnesses he does have. Because autism isn't nearly enough to explain the full spectrum of his abject psyche, many observers have tried to pin Chris down for a variety of mental illnesses, ranging from sociopathy, minus the increase in charisma, to narcissism, ditto. to schizophrenia. Signs include his disorganized speech and writing, loss of contact with reality, and paranoid ideas about being the victim of persecution or conspiracies, such as his delusional belief that Megan Schroeder and Michael Snyder were somehow responsible for getting him banned from Walmart. The one mental failing that debilitates Chris most of his rigid refusal to adopt to his environment. This stubbornness, more than anything else, is what makes him so frustrating to watch. He is incapable of advancing mentally beyond the mind of a 10-year-old with some Playboy magazine stuffed under his mattress. Whatever mental problems he may have or are only exasperated by this stubborn inability to mature or even alter his tactics. For well over a decade, he has been led on by various trolls pretending to be young white women who are interested in a relationship with him, and yet he continuously falls for it. It is Chris's refusal to listen or learn that ensures that he will continue to live in ignorance, isolation, and misery, and until he decides to change. It always will, irrespective of whether his trolls stay interested in him, which is likely less the case because even as things stand, trolls are not particularly interested in doing much to interfere with Chris's life because it just sort of the any shred of comedy is sort of gone. It was once thought possible that Chris didn't feel like his life had truly begun, that he was still in his pre-adult years, because he remained a virgin into his early 30s, and judging by his oversimplified, black and white view of the world, tainted by fiction and media messages, treatment of women, and stunted understanding of sexual relationships, because he saw sex not as a biological or recreational function, or an expression of love, but rather as a rite of passage of sorts, and he therefore believed that he wasn't able to truly be an adult until he had sex. Chris would later lose his virginity for real, albeit to a hooker, albeit being banned in the state of Virginia. But what can you do? As of yet, he has made few to no changes that will tangibly improve his life. In fact, he has been plunging himself and his mother even further into debt to buy toys, of all things, as well as a new car. Needless to say, no one expects Chris and Bob to be able to afford to keep the car for long, let alone the damage that's been done to it and to Chris. Since Chris has been pampered and sheltered from basically all forms of outside interference and influence, he lacks experience with the real world. His reaction to the real... listen, guys, I sit here most days during my days off work, as well as when I'm on holiday and what little time I can to actually make videos when I come back from work. And yet, even still, I have more contact and a better understanding of the outside world. Which, again, let's think about this. I still managed to keep in contact with the outside world. I still managed to do videos. Still managed to hold down a job more than Chris could ever do. Which, whether you want to say that's more luck than judgment is entirely up to you. But then there's all the things that Chris absolutely does have control over, but decided to be a complete friggin' idiot for the things he said and done. So, take of that what you will as well. His reaction to the real world can be best seen in his interactions to trolls. Instead of dealing with them in a constructive way, taking their advice, or even a neutral way by either ignoring them or getting off the internet forever, he will freak out, yell at things, blame his autism or the trolls themselves for his shortcomings, and maybe crush a dildo or his camera. He also has a peculiar notion that he is slim, broad-shouldered and tanned, and that he has a full head of hair and is genuinely not creepy. This image comes from two things. One, his mother would always tell him how handsome he was. This might simply be Barbara telling her son what all mothers tell their kids, or he has an inability to recognize people's faces. For example, during the Blanca incidents, trolls used pictures of two different girls to represent Blanca, and he never suspected a thing. He thinks that he and Billy Mays would have looked the same if Billy shaved off his beard. No. In high school, he had to remember his own appearance by staring in the mirror, leaving his more youthful image of himself branded in his mind. The fact that the only distinguishing features of his cartoon characters are hair and eye color also point to this. Although this may just be Chris being a shitty artist, I think it's probably that one. Some people think that, far from being mentally ill, Chris is just misguided and simply needs to be steered in the right direction. However, in the July 2012 arrangement for his and Barbara's actions at the game place the previous fall, Chris agreed to a plea bargain, avoiding felony charges and jail time in exchange for, among other things, mandatory psychological treatment and evaluation, which meant that Chris was forced to undergo legitimate psychiatric treatment as opposed to simply seeing an uncertified pastoral counselor. You know, bless Rocky Shoemaker, she probably tried, but her authority only went as far as it could. But no, you gotta go to people who do this professionally. It's because then you get a professional outcome of sorts, or risk being imprisoned. Given that most, if not all, of the problems described above persist in some form or another to this day, it seems that Chris reacted to psychiatric treatment in much the same way he reacted to the education system, as it seems that whatever his psychiatrist said, he took none of it in, probably taking out his anger at being forced to obey the law on the psychiatrist by simply refusing to cooperate. Chris began listening to subliminal frequency hypnosis videos on YouTube in 2016. On the 29th of June, he uploaded announcement 0629-2016-2 in which he claimed the music cured his autism. I remember that, and don't take this with a grain of salt, ladies and gentlemen. When he did this, and considering what he did later on, and the things he said during this period, which you could find in Chris Chandler Comprehensive History Part 51, you could see that, for all we know, it would be easier to almost say Chris doesn't have autism and just think he is a shitty person with no hindrances whatsoever. Everything is of his choosing, but yeah, that's just my perspective. Because he said some truly terrible things in that part. Hey fans, I forgot one thing to mention. I've actually been on a subliminal project, as a lot of you, or some of you, may have been aware of through my history or whatever, that I try to keep private amongst my YouTube settings. No, you don't, Chris. Did he realize anything he just said? But I have been enjoying for the past 3 months the Get Rid of Autism Subliminal, the one that actually works in 3 months, so less than 3 times per day, 36 times. I have been doing that. I'm actually find myself more mentally capable. I do not blank out as much. And again, this is just the transcript. I'm pretty sure the actual video is just as awkward, and the transcript does a good it does a good job at illustrating Chris's speech patterns during this time. I feel a little bit faster in mental processing, and I feel a whole lot better. So with that, I'm essentially cured of autism. He thinks it is just whatever. Just at this point, people had given up telling him that he was bullshitting people, but yeah. Oh, and also, I actually have been able to socialize better out in public, so that's another good deal right there. I'm going to put the link underneath this video, and those of y'all with autism, try it for yourself. Play it 3 times per day for 3 months. It worked for me. However, in November Facebook post, he was back to refer to himself as a high-functioning autistic person. It was just too much to bear. Or maybe because Chris, literally, despite making autism a part of his identity, seemed very, very incompetent in actually knowing what autism really was. Despite him putting out 2 videos where he's talked extensively about the subject. Chris mentioned in August 2017 that he takes Valium, a drug used to treat anxiety and nervousness. An employee at Earthbound Trading Co. had stated that when Chris was at their store, he was mumbling and talking about things in the store, so judging that, he's not doing so good. I took a rest and some Valium after I got back home. I feel some recovered, but feel some mild headache now. Chris on taking the drug after feeling stressed about not wearing his unicorn cosplay at church. Oh yeah, that was just... Yeah, it is what it is. Sexual health. Bent at a horrifying 45-degree angle. I think that just about tells you everything we need to know, so let's just do it anyway. Chris's duck is a thing of almost unholy terror. While there has been much speculation as to the cause of this, possibly Peyronie's disease, or the result of gagging in dangerous prone masturbation, it is ultimately a mystery that will probably never be solved. While correctable, God bless the doctors who have to be involved in that, the process is expensive, and Chris has other, more important things on which to spend his, or rather, taxpayers' money on. In correspondence with Jackie, Chris revealed he was checked for STDs in early 2010. He didn't have any. You could probably guess why. Well, he certainly didn't get a tattoo or didn't have a blood transfusion at this point, so... hooray, I suppose? Gender transitioning. Now, technically we have covered quite a lot of this before, but so I'm going to keep this one relatively short, is that Chris thought that taking estrogel was the sort of thing that was going to, help along with his transition. Now, when most people actually go through hormonal treatments when they are transitioning genders, and especially in the cases of male to female, using estrogel is not one of the places to start, because estrogel is typically for postmenopausal women, and Chris didn't seem like he was capable of actually reading what was on the box, because estrogel is meant to be prescription only and has quite some distinctive health risks, which includes things like fluid retention and weight gain, and of course a rise in blood pressure. And because we know Chris already has quite a bit of a history with blood pressure, this is not a good idea. And by the way, just so you guys are aware about this, Chris neither looks particularly very clever in trying to because you're supposed to put like a tiny splodge onto your arm, and Chris is literally just slavering his entire island right here with it. Yeah, I think it just about speaks for himself. The fact that Chris just, again, he does not look very clever in doing this, so you wonder why who taught him this and why he thought this would work. So outside of this, there's Kim Wilson revealed he was taking the hormones in 2015, and Chris mentioned the drug again as late as August 2016. So there is also this. In addition to estrogel, Chris has been taking supplements such as vitamins. He purchased a jar of Solari Female Hormone Blend SP-7C in August 2016, which is meant to ease menopausal symptoms. I don't exactly know why Chris was taking those when Chris doesn't have a womb. I mean, where's the fetus what was he gonna do? Carry a box around? I mean, what's the point? What's the point in buying a menopausal cream when obviously you can't be menopausal? Symbolic of his struggle against reality. That's Chris's deal. Arthur Spatchcock also learned that around May 2016, Chris was fond of eating fenugreek seeds because he believed it would increase his estrogen levels. At some point in fall of 2016, he finally went to a medical profession and was prescribed proper HRT. Goodness knows what he must have been doing to his body in the meantime, or what the doctor must have looked like when Chris told him what he was doing. And finally, well, there's a little bit more to this, but we'll get to this. The unclit. Oh god, not this. Anything but this. One day in September 2014, as, most stories typically begin, Chris decided to get a piercing on his perineum. Piercings require constant disinfection while they heal, anywhere on the body, even for very clean people. So many trolls were concerned that, considering Chris's general filthiness and the fact that the location of the piercing would receive very little air, there was a serious risk of infection. In December, he shared another picture of this piercing which showed that while it wasn't infected, the piercing had begun to reject, which results in tearing the skin in this process. Making lemonade out of lemons, Chris, now in the throes of his trans woman fantasies, noted with pride the tear semblance of a vagina and actually got it re-pierced. Without giving the original wound any longer than about a week to heal. Fortunately, Chris gave up on it after it became clear that the piercing was going to be more hassle than it was worth, and removed it for good before any serious harm was done. And now the serious harming. The self-inflicted taint wound. In July of 2016, Chris posted about a wound on his taint, announcing that he had gotten it from as a result of the subliminal frequency hypnosis videos, and would be growing a new labia as a result. However, as the man in the pickle suit later discovered, Chris actually went ahead and yeah, by the way, I'm just going to highlight it because I don't particularly feel comfortable in saying it, but yeah, well, it just about speaks for itself. You could also find this in part 51 of Gino Samuel's Chris Chan history videos. Ugh. So Chris was feeling up his junk and he felt something growing in. He believed his labia was growing in. He knew logically that he probably should let it erupt on its own, because cutting himself open is crazy and he would probably get in trouble. But one night he was drunk and was sad that someone pointed out that he didn't have an actual vagina, so he thought he'd help it along. In the morning he was very embarrassed and sheepish about it. Chris is fucking lucky he posted about it online and got pestered into getting help by Weens, because if he hadn't, he'd probably end up in the hospital fighting off a potentially lethal infection. So technically speaking, in Chris' logic, it was indeed a wound, but his vagina was going to come out and the wound would heal and everything would be alright. It's kind of like he was the Brundle woman and he was pulling off his old ear and face and shit, and the beautiful Pam Anderson Christine would be underneath. So, the other things to note about this is the fact that Chris seemed to suggest that he was only lying when he was like putting the images out on Imager about his unclit, and that he was only doing it to quote-unquote troll the trolls. And by the time he got it seen to, Chris tried everything he could to avoid talking about it online. Goodness knows probably if the doctor just straight up told Chris that he had to cut this shit out. Not himself. Rejected by the blood bank. In January of 2017, Chris complained on Facebook that he had, well, basically it's because they can't treat people who accept people who are transgender because of a certain level of inconsistencies that they find between testosterone and estrogen in the bodies, well, specifically in the blood balances. So that's pretty much the only reason why. Chris does not realize how medically sensitive patients will be when receiving blood transfusions, and that it would never mind the fact that Chris's blood could also have been clogged with cholesterol as well. That might be the other cause of this, is that nobody wants to literally receive an entire bag of cholesterol and then shoved into their body. In any sense of the word. Other deformities. Chris also has mild heterochromia, which he claims is the result of pink eye medicine that he took in high school. However, in a photo of, well, basically there's nothing going on. So, yeah, I suppose for all intents and purposes, that's just about all we've got time for, and my goodness, that was like a lot to cover. And that's like really just about, again, like I said. So, a few final thoughts about this is that unless you want to be... now, who's to say people won't admire Chris and say... Even from a professional standpoint, Chris is actually a fine specimen of health. But what professional would say that a balding, middle-aged, glasses-wearing, morbidly obese, trans medically playing wild cat and mouse and gambling with his own body, who will slice open his own taint, drink drink a lot of soda, treat his body like crap, eats nothing but junk food, and is probably going to be junked through a series of high cardiovascular diseases, illnesses, both mental and physical, and will even resort to doing things while under the influence of alcohol. I think it's fair to say Chris is extraordinarily unhealthy. The two 600-pound sisters are probably pointing at Chris and laughing. That's probably no exaggeration either, because, well, have you seen those two? But then we take a look at Chris, and even by maybe American standards, just in terms of physically, Chris may not be as bad, but you step back and you really consider it, and it's probably not the case whatsoever. So I hope all of you have learned something from this, ladies and gentlemen, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Maybe there isn't anything to learn from this. Maybe we're just a bunch of big stinking idiots and we're all doomed. The end. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you to the last of the Chris and Body section of the Wikipedia as of 2024, and we cut to perhaps the most NSFW portion of our readings, that is Chris and the old SEX. So, first of all, it's rated M for honest content, and it may contain material not suitable, so you've been warned from this point. There's also a health disclosure, which it contains an in-depth discussion of Chris's physical and mental health. This page is not to be construed as a substitute for medical advice or a professional diagnosis. All diagnoses are either taken from outside documentation or based on amateur analysis. So please be ready to take this with a grain of salt, especially because it's yet to be complete due to stress. So let's go. Chris has a warped view of sexual intercourse, aka hanky-panky and romps in the hay, mostly stemming from stunted sexual development, a sheltered upbringing, and the twisted, disjointed worldview he acquired as a result. He first developed an understanding of sex from watching softcore pornography on HBO at the age of around 16. He describes pornographic films as educational. But don't stop to ask Chris if he learned anything from these, because I doubt it. And as you can see, there's a lot of things to go over, so let's just begin. Knowledge of sex. In his mind, at least, Chris has mastered all there is to know about sex, and now regards himself as a bit of a guru. He has said that kissing a woman is magical and delightful, sweet and melting like ice cream or chocolate. A description he stole from Sailor Moon. So, I know it's like, I don't know if it's worth like mentioning this right now, but whenever we talk about Chris, and if you want to view him as sort of like an icon full of wisdom and experience, I would like to remind you guys his experience only comes from the eyes, lenses, mouths, ears, hands and noses, and the actions of most of the other people he's probably watched on television. Sad but true. In truth, for much of the time he was presenting this advice, Chris had yet to even kiss a girl. What he knows about sex he's picked up from rudimentary high school education or pornography. This has engendered many false beliefs in Chris. Some of them are also true, but we'll get to those in a minute. While he sticks to religiously. Readers who brave his sex chat logs, we probably might have to go one or two in them, but I don't enjoy it for many reasons. His sex chat logs should immediately notice what's going wrong. Chris's fantasies are merely recreations of things that he's seen in pornos, rather than plausible sexual experiences. For example, he believed that Casey would become a brutal tit-fucking followed by load after load of navy to the face. Yeah, I'm not entirely, like, that's just not even the sort of thing people would do anyway. It's the only thing that would be even construed for the sake of just a film, or the more kinkier enthusiast, which I don't even think Chris would be. And I don't even think people would be in relation to Chris if they saw how bent his dick really is. Other examples of Chris's crude misconceptions about sex are abound. He mimics female porn stars' sex positions, spreads an imaginary vagina a yard across, thinks that the clitoris is located on the female body where the perineum is located, on the male one, and believes that electric shocks to the vagina are pleasurable. Yeah, and listen, I'm just gonna straight up don't do that. Because, there's some moron out there who's going to be like getting a car battery and, well, all the rest of it. Ugh. He also seems to believe that a woman's vagina is higher up on the woman's body than it actually is. This is undoubtedly due to his experience with his sex dolls. The missionary cowgirl position, mentioned in Solitude issue 8, is a contradiction in terms. He can't even get the most basic double entendres correct. Wearing a terrible Mountain Dew parody shirt, thinking it's an invitation for women to try and ride his broken penis, he thinks that his virginity is a precious and sought-after treasure, which women will come in droves to take. Listen, let me just state this for the record, ladies and gentlemen. The sort of people who actually do hold on to their virginity, either until marriage, or they just choose that they want to remain celibate, are usually the sort of people who probably have other things that they obsess over in their lives. Maybe a career, a future, anything outside of sex. Because if Chris was as much of a gigolo as probably he thinks he is, then he wouldn't even have to think about it. He would just be having sex no matter what. Because whether you want to say what was stopping him from paying for it sooner, and if he founded somebody who was about as much of a nymphomaniac as Chris is a gigolo, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Chris would have just exerted or excruciated all of his efforts into what he had to do, and literally we wouldn't even, like I said, wouldn't even be having this conversation, because Chris would have just known. And whether you want to say that a lack of a sexual prowess is the sort of thing that was stopping Chris before, maybe, but you have to also remember is that it's not just a case of like 1 + 1, is that there's got to be some level of attraction between two people for this sort of thing, this sort of coitus to take place. People don't just have sex just for the sake of doing it. There's got to be a logical explanation behind this very auspicious arrangement, if you will. I didn't really feel like I had to explain this as much detail as I did, but nobody bothered explaining it to Chris, hence why we're having this conversation. He even went so far as to use it as a bargaining chip to haggle with a prostitute. It didn't work, shockingly enough, and believes that masturbating ultimately makes him better at sex. No, it makes him better at literally staying in his room, not cleaning it, and goodness knows the sort of stains that have acquired in that room as a result. With Chris's slippery grip on language, he is also noticeably confused about basic sex terminology. For example, Chris told Ivy he had a sticky dream about her. When Ivy asked what if he meant a wet dream, he replied, "No, that's when you pee yourself, silly." Which, while he may have the best of intentions, if that's the way you want to put it, his word choices unwittingly present him in a very bad light. He refuses to use common terms, either medical or slang, for sex organs, instead calling penises ducks and pickles, and vaginas and vulvula china or tom-tom. I've never heard anybody use tom-tom before, not even when I was growing up in school and stuff like that. I've never heard tom-tom being used before, out of a childish aversion born of disgust. In August 2011, Chris said he is into female domination, going as far as to draw Sonichu and Rosechew performing the act in Sonichu issue 10. Reproductive biology. This one is like as short as it gets. Chris's understanding of reproductive biology had primarily come from what he had seen in porn. Did he literally not even see this in school? Because it's one of the things you know about in school is exactly how the reproductive system... Oh, I don't even have time to go into that. And by the way, in case you're wondering what this is, that I have no choice but to cover up, is sort of the female anatomy according to Chris, where the clitoris is where... It's just about like an inch below where the female's belly button is. And it's not even like... It's literally what is the nicest way I could like put it? It's like literally it's front facing. That's what he thinks well, it's probably what Chris is imagining. Chris imagines that a woman's vagina literally is front facing, and it's not actually between a woman's legs at all. Which, I don't know, even the worst artists in the world would probably have done still life every so often and would have known better than to do stuff like that. Speaking of still life, by the way, is there ever been like a law required where a woman has to be in sit in a very specific position to be drawn, or I'm thinking too much about that? Books on the subject. Chris had obtained a copy of the book The Ultimate Guide to Sex and Disability, which he had told to know about on the 5th of July 2021. Some very unfortunate things came of this, mostly because Noel came to the conclusion it was specifically for sex for people who were disabled. As a result of reading this book, Chris came to believe that he could mentor people about dating and sex. Well, one person, but, we'll get to that later. Chris had especially shown this in conversations he had with Fiona, where he attempts to advise her on how to approach a potential lover when she goes off to college. Chris had seemed to twist or misunderstand many of the messages found in this book, taking it to be a book on how to perform sex on disabled people, rather than one for disabled people. Although it must be said that there are certain wellness groups out there that actually help people who are disabled, who are in relationships, who actually do want to either have sex for pleasure or simply to actually try reproduce. There are plenty of people out there who actually help within that process, but nobody would ever want to help Chris in this process. Absolutely no way. Because, well, if you don't know, you're going to know, whether you like it or not, so I apologize in advance. Meanwhile, moral basis. Well, if it comes to sex, there's warped and then there's deranged. So, here we go. Oh, wait, I forgot. It's completely out of date, so there is probably none there. But if there is something I could probably add to this, I'll just I'll say this about Chris's moral basis when it comes to sex, is that a lot of people were under the impression for a very long time that just as long as Chris could get away with whatever he was doing, then that was all that mattered first and foremost. And people seem to be under the impression that whether it's a result of his autism in not being able to comprehensively understand that there are very severe issues with people who have the mindset that they want to get absolutely something for nothing without putting any effort into it, then they must be perfect no matter what happens. And the morality for this kind of behavior leans in many different directions. The first, surprisingly and unfortunately the most shocking case of all this, is the ways in which Chris views gender, the way Chris views certain people in a certain light, and even the way he will take advantage of people. It seems to suggest more than anything that just as long as they're okay with it, then it's absolutely down to Chris to say whatever he likes about them. You never hold the old chestnut of you treat people as you like to be treated. Chris seems to be under the impression that his prowess and his repertoire of works in Sonichu, or for what even the hell they're worth, means that he's more than perfectly capable in thinking in his own mind that makes him the case study, or rather the guru that he sees himself at, and therefore whatever anybody has to say about him is sort of null and void, because how on earth can you disagree with somebody who will never accept that they could ever be wrong about anything when it comes to sex or otherwise? But when it comes to sex, it seems to suggest one thing, is that Chris, no matter what, he has a dominance in terms of a mindset, but unfortunately, just because he thinks he's dominant does not actually make him dominant, because unfortunately, if you want to have a case of mental versus physical, then physical dominance would be the sort of thing that would absolutely drive any sort of fear out of, well, it would drive all sense out of Chris, and he would withdraw almost immediately. I think it's one of those sort of cases where when things are like brought out into the light, like a lot of Chris's antics are concerned, is that it gives you a clear indication about sort of the logistics of why he is doing any of these things, as well as what he hopes to gain out of them. Because because once it comes to sex or how he thinks he can get sex, it's almost first and foremost the only thing he's thinking, like, almost go straight to the end goal immediately, which some people might say is not the worst thing in the world to happen, but unfortunately, under the context of what we know, it seems to be the only thing he cares for. Especially if he can say all the right things, like saying, Ivy, I love you, Blanca, I love you, Casey, I love you, the Wallflower, I love you. If that's all that matters to Chris, and unfortunately, because we know about how many of these ended up, whether they were troll-influenced trolls or actual normal people, it only goes to show that Chris seems to... Did Chris ever fully comprehend that maybe this is not like how people usually act or have these sorts of ideas and stuff like that? I know it's a really strange one to talk about because there's nothing written here whatsoever, but as far as I can work out, the best way to like judge or get a compass on Chris's moral basis when it comes to sex, or rather, where did his ideologies about sex stem from in the first place, you could either trace this back to his parents, his upbringing, the way he was taught, and the things he learned for himself. However, the things he learned for himself seem somewhat null and void because they're almost regurgitated or rather horribly misconstrued messages that he sees from porn films. And unfortunately, once again, ladies and gentlemen, for the majority of people involved, is that when you have people on the internet who are like Chris, who are chronically crying out for either attention or some sort of gratification for the things they do, it means to suggest that it's not so much that their morality is completely screwed up, but it's the fact that they don't even see this as a problem. They see themselves as doing the right thing, and because their needs come first and foremost, then they'll just say and do anything so they look popular. If Chris really was being completely honest about his like morality, let alone when it comes to sex, he would not be saying or doing even so much as a tenth of the things that we know he's done. He would have just kept those thoughts to himself and actually would have moved on from things like being obsessed over sex so much. If he could have done any of that, then we might have had things that were a bit different. Whether you want to say Chris was in pursuit of love or just a sense of sexual satisfaction, I would say it's probably a little bit more on the side of like sexual gratification, because a lot of his approaches are very much the same, and he even stated himself that there are some things he just will do for what he calls love, but as we all know, it just means of trying to get into somebody's pants. So it's not looking great for Chris because of just statements like that alone. But if you do think that the case is even harder to examine thoroughly, especially from a morality standpoint, then maybe it would be worth like adding something to this yourself, because the discussion matter about sex is a very, very prickly one anyway. Not because there's ever a right or a wrong answer, but rather the way in which some behaviors are perceived gives the idea of there being morality or a basis for morality a lot more black and white. Yes, of course, there are some very black and white standpoints concerning Chris, concerning what we know about this lady here, but it's also one of those things where how many more Chris's do you think there are in the world that just are not on the internet, or have been throughout history? There's been quite a few of them, but the only problem with Chris is that he is just unfortunate enough to be in a time when he didn't realize that there could be some very long-term consequences for his actions. And because he still hasn't seen, really, for the majority, the error of his ways and these sorts of things, is why we are in the situation where he is now. Straightness. Chris's stance on sexual orientations has always been iffy at best. Prior to his transition to a tomgirl, he has shown a fear of losing his straightness. And that might be another thing we want to contribute to the morale basis, is that his actual stance on what sexuality, straightness, as he calls it, what it means to be a part of like the LGBT community, to be gay, or any one of these things. It suggests the idea that Chris thinks that it's like almost like the equivalent of catching some fatal disease, and whether you want to say that's a root cause of like conservatism within the church or whatever you want to call it is entirely up to you. You just need to like change this one bit. This obsessive demand for people to stay straight has been one of the first noted and exploited aspects of Chris since his discovery. Many trolls had jokingly declared this as an indicator of him repressing his sexuality in some fashion, only for it to end up being the case in the long run. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, that's like going to be a case and a half by the time we get to it. It's probably going to be even harder to discuss than Chris's morality basis for things like sex, but from my point of view, ladies and gentlemen, you wonder if there was some ulterior motives for the things he does. And usually, again, when it comes for the basis of his morality, that was something that was brought up again. But we'll let's just continue. Religion. You have heard it that it was said by them of old time, you shall not commit adultery. But I say to you, that whoever looks on a woman to lust her after her has committed adultery with her already in his heart. Matthew 5:27-28. Now, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, because I pray daily and I read the Bible daily, and one thing I'm also just going to say from the word go, before we even cover anything else when it comes to like Chris, religion and sex and stuff like that, is that it's not stopped anybody before, and it's not going to stop anybody in the future. However, you may want to argue if that means that if it's adultery, if you're already in a relationship, but at the same time, well, why on earth? Why would you want to discourage against people looking? What are people who are trying to like make friends anyway, and they look towards a woman with some level of attraction? Whatever happens, is that the worst thing that can happen? I know, again, I'm trying to like be as liberal as possible, and trust me, you can quiz me about a lot of stuff about the Bible if you wish. However, again, when it comes to Chris, he probably took this literally, or rather he just, well, from what we know, he basically threw all of this out the window anyway. Now let's we'll actually cover this little drawing that did, well, it comes to dating education, so I think we'll cover this in a bit. Sex was at one point viewed through Chris's eyes by the Bible, or rather by his religion, as Chris's biblical knowledge is extremely poor. Chris was very strict on keeping to the word of God when male homosexuality is the topic, which is the crux that, to be honest, quite a lot of people fall back on. Maybe if for no other reason than it's the only way to justify the aspect that they are the absolute spawns of Satan, perhaps. Vehemently stating that he hates homos, but with no hesitation views lesbian porn and approves it masturbatorially. Maybe I think the only argument, probably, if Chris could ever have backed up this claim, is that lesbians can't necessarily transmit AIDS or other HIVs in the same way that homosexual men do. However, it's nonetheless is it chauvinistic or just straight up homophobic? Well, it's more like tokenism, actually, trying to view one group of people as superior and therefore are immune from criticism, but that might also just because it was used for the sexual gratification of Chris, yada yada yada. And as of 2014, seemed to be adopting a more progressive view of even gay men and their rights, albeit begrudgingly. Mind you, again, that's actually, I like that, because unfortunately, despite Chris and plenty of other homophobic persons throughout history, it hasn't necessarily altered anything. You know what? Their views are their own, and you know what? If they refuse to get along with other people for no other reason than they just hate them for what they are, then what do you think happens? They get discarded and ignored from the rest of society. And I remember as well when gay law when gay marriage was passed in the UK at the very least, and it brought some very stupid, very, very middle class, very, very conservative people out into the open, because they were fueled by absolutely nothing whatsoever apart from having to make their views known, even though nobody asked them anyway. It's funny how all these works out, eh? In 2015, Chris made a video lamenting his past homophobia and clarifying that he apparently now has great liking and admiration for male homosexuality. You know, to be honest, if that was about as much detail as Chris wanted to put into it, I think that just about says what people thought about it. Retconning the vicious homophobic tirade of Sonichu issue 10 into a bizarre zombie apocalypse, implying that he realizes religion is not an excuse for discrimination. Another violation of his Christian morals is the fact that he planned on losing his virginity on the third or fourth date with his true sweetheart. Read First Girl Who Will Last 3 Dates with Chris. This is, of course, blatant violation of the Christian value of marriage before sex. Again, I very rarely know anybody who keeps to this. If for no other reason than, well, I'm not going to stop them anytime soon, and it's not exactly as if anybody else is going to stop them anytime soon. Also, because one of the great things you need to remember about Christianity, ladies and gentlemen, is that there's a very blatant difference between men and Jesus, and that men are sinful. Women create sin. But that doesn't mean that it gives the authority for anybody to be like Jesus in the sense of diminishing or being the retributors of power towards anybody else. You may remember the story of when Jesus saved a woman who was going to be stoned to death for crimes related to adultery, and Jesus simply asked the crowds that he is who without sin cast the first stone. It's also for the same reasons why Peter was made to be the first pope as we understand it, because Jesus viewed Peter as being the most humane and the most human of all his disciples, because Peter always got it wrong about Jesus. That's why he was perfect, because he was so human that he was still capable of making mistakes even when he was told exactly what the outcomes would be when we were told the right answers. And how many times have we ever been told these sorts of things? So mind you, well, the point I'm trying to get to all this is that it highlights the level of, well, naivete that probably Chris still has, because if he really viewed religion as high as he might have done, but then again, you could always get a grasp on what people's true values are when they say things that the deal breaker must happen before adulthood arrives, and you know, when is the correct time to have sex during the fourth date, which is ridiculous nonetheless, because like I said before, you have to go through at least 3 dates and probably a series of getting to know people beforehand anyway, so make of that what you will. The Bible also frowns upon pornographers. True, again, but it hasn't necessarily stopped people in the future, because, or even in the past, because to be honest, people who've done pornography or people who've, sold sex is probably older than religion itself. Call that what you will, eh? Of which he is very guilty and holds no apparent remorse. These double standards cause many trolls to despise him, seeing as he selectively chooses what to denigrate and what is okay in his own personal dogma. Although, to be somewhat fair, he's far from the only follower of Christian faith to do so. Absolutely. Although, if you do want to be completely fair, and maybe another reason why people are so blatantly mad at Chris when these things happen is that Christian is under the impression that he is better and that his works are somewhat to be looked upon with admiration and great gusto. But the problem is then, do you guys remember the comic book writer Orson Scott Card? I think he wrote a couple of like very well known either Marvel or DC like one-offs every so often. He did some kind of like big sci-fi series that got made into a movie that didn't do particularly well about 10 years ago. And basically he was sort of fired or blacklisted for his, I don't know if it was either sexism or homophobia. And no, it was DC who let him go, and then DC, as opposed to condemning Mr. Card, they made a long series of statements about, freedom of speech and whatnot. But unfortunately, again, yes, it may be free speech, but unfortunately, that is still no excuse for this level of discrimination. You know what? When people, I think it's bullshit anyway when people try to justify discrimination by playing the freedom of speech card. Yes, people do use their freedom of speech in cases like these, but unfortunately, again, you can say freedom of speech and, the Bill of Rights and the Constitution all you want. What about what people are going to think about this? Do you think people are going to necessarily be that impressed that somebody is just being a piece of shit and thinking that that's absolutely okay because they are practicing their democratic rights and, freedom of speech and stuff like that? No, nobody is ever going to be impressed by that because certainly in latter years, people are not particularly very tolerant to people who are intolerant. I know people bring up the freedom of speech card, and probably Chris would have done so himself if he ever thought about it in that case. But people also need to be very, very, very remembering of the old chestnut. Just because you can does not mean you should. Despite people pointing out these contradictions, even quoting passages of the Bible, he will deny it. This is most likely because he goes to a very liberal church. So any question about premarital sex is probably interpreted quite liberally. And Chris believes that his church and only his church defines the entirety of religious morality. Which is just, that can only really, that leads to a lot of very dangerous ideas anyway. Probably because of how Chris thinks that other religions will view the concepts of sexuality and all that goes on as well. Which, it's just, how is it how... I mean, again, bear in mind, this was before Chris came out as transgender, but to be honest, even when he was transgender, I still thought he was, incredibly, narrow-minded about these sorts of things, and I will get to them as well. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I know I'm going to be, dragging this out for a bit, but there's a lot about transgenderism that I do know, not just through studying, not just from actually getting to know quite a lot of transgender people in my lifetime, not just because of the way that the media interprets them, the way that certain events, and it leads to a larger scale issues about, do people care, or is it the case that people are looking too deeply into things that should just be settled straight away, and all that I'll get to that. And Chris believes, defines philology as it applies to him. Anyway, when Chris asks Rocky about passages quoted to him by trolls, she only fuels his a la carte Christianity by... That is what it sounds like, however, an a la carte Christianity. Just nitpicking certain things out of the Bible to satisfy Chris's needs. By saying things like sex before marriage is okay as long as the couple is in love, which contradicts Christian doctrine. Credit to Henry VIII, if there was anything you could say about him, is that Henry VIII legitimately, only ever really got marriage because he did it for love, not necessarily because he wanted a male heir. He did, but he would only ever do it if there was things born in love and stuff like that. So that's the thing as well. And again, it brings an even more difficult idea when it's between love and sex, and that's like, how exactly do you summarize that for Chris? And that's like two minefields and a small war trying to discuss those things and get across. In summary, Chris picked and chose what parts of Christian doctrine suit his own prejudices, and disregards the ones that would interfere with his love quest. He's got a view like King James's edition of the Bible is like a trollish attempt to get rid of his virginity. And by the way, I'm having to censor this as well. It's a gif of Chris humping his sex doll, where it's saying Ivy, no, Julie. Yeah, nobody needs to see that. Sexism. Chris seems to consider a female sexual partner as a rubber stamped over his alleged sexual orientation, flying in the face of any morale system he's ever held. He announced his desire to upload on the internet a video of his first full sexual intercourse, even if his hypothetical partner refused to consent to it. Wow, you know what? Call it what you may, ladies and gentlemen, but because we know that never happened, and thank God it never did. But it could have been one way to have put Chris away for many, many years, and he wouldn't need to embarrass himself any further. But thank goodness that this never happened. But then again, how Chris had anybody, giving him any benefits of the doubt after this is outstanding. After further prodding, he added that he would simply hide the camera. Well, okay, so that makes it even worse. Record the event without her consent, and blur her face before making the video public. In Quick's final warning to the second Quick, Chris indicated that if a woman accused him of being gay in person, he would sexually assault them by demanding they submit to a kiss and allow him to videotape the act, possibly as a way of proving his straightness. So Chris seems to think revenge porn is now suddenly okay. In fact, it's almost not even revenge porn, it's more rather... What's the word I'm trying to look for? It's not revenge porn, it's rather a penance porn is the way I'm going to put it. Or maybe even appeasement porn. Which, it might not even be even one of those, but for Chris, as stated above, a woman is just a living, sentient sex toy, existing only to validate him as a heterosexual, as long as they're straight and younger than him, of course. And among the other things in his attraction signs, such as white, not a policewoman, and not autistic, and less than 250 pounds. Very demanding from somebody who, Chris, yeah, Chris in the act. Leaked tapes of Chris's audio sex with Julie and the infamous sex tip with Kimmy shed light on Chris as he acts out on his fantasies. In particular, the sex tape shows how Chris assumes female positions, notably riding on top of Kimmy, in a scene straight out of a porno. It seems that Chris's entirety of knowledge about sexual relationships stems from ignoring the men in pornography, due to fear of becoming a homo. You know what, again, that brings me a really interesting question I've always wanted to raise. Because I don't know if Chris has ever heard of a porn star called Mr. Lucky. He's a very, very credible and a very, very experienced performer through what he does. But I wonder as well, maybe Chris would have been turned off by the idea of POV style porn because, well, the only thing that from a man's point of view would be on display would be his genitals. But they would have been... But then again, it's the sort of... I don't even have time to go over this. Moving on. However, it should be noted that in most of Chris's Rule 34 drawings, the characters do tend to assume positions that are fitting for their gender, including Chris. It might be that Chris adopts female positions not so much due to ignorance regarding sex, but more because of his identification with the opposite gender. Chris's view of cunnilingus, put on display in forjreyesonly.mov, involves slobbering over a woman's vagina. Despite all his knowledge of porn, He fails to see how cunnilingus is more than just slobbering, but proper tongue action to stimulate the clitoris. And here I can only imagine what would happen if, like, JR literally just says, get off me, you son of a bitch, and stuff like that. Oh, good old JR. I literally might just go and, like, watch some JR videos after this, just because I don't really I need to get this horrid taste out of my mouth. This because, again, it's not so much going over any of this is particularly difficult, but it's kind of depressing as well, because it didn't need to be like this. Chris didn't need to make his life this difficult for him for any reason apart from, well, he's just a fucking idiot, probably. In the leaked media, Chris displays that he may have some issues with delayed orgasm. This can either be physiological, bent duck, being overweight, lack of endurance, lack of experience, lack of training, perhaps, or psychological in nature. Performance anxiety, high expectations, intrusive homoerotic thoughts, subconscious guilt about sex, or a combination thereof. In the 2018 All-Star video, Chris is seen tugging his duck along to the song. He remains flaccid the entire time. Well, mind you, with that being said, if, like, outside of all the chemicals he was putting into his body and the nature of how he, why the video even existed in the first place, how exactly Chris could even force an erection through all the Viagra that he could physically get. In fact, no Viagra in the world could have gotten Chris to have, be ready for action, so to speak. It's possibly, like I said, a possible side effect of HRT. If this is true, Chris will certainly not be getting any hanky-panky in the future. During his time losing his virginity to a prostitute, it's worth noting that he first received a blowjob, then demanded cowgirl before possibly missionary later. But luckily for her, he couldn't last very long and finished just after she rid him for a bit. This is important as it points to two big problems with Chris. First, his lack of self-control due to him finishing so quickly, probably owing again to his inexperience. Second is that he ordered possibly the laziest sex position in the book, with Mia doing pretty much all of the physical exercise, with Chris being a lazy fuck. Chris's second sexual partner in his life was none other than his own mother. The exact details of the incestuous affair is a bit vague, but needless to say, every act described by Chris is extremely disturbing and not for the faint of heart. Yeah, and I've listened to the phone call as well, and it's too graphic for Chris to, like, play off as a joke. And he plays it with, like, and he says it with no quickisms, and he just says it with a level of, not so much self-satisfaction, but with a level of, like, a matter-of-factness in his voice, in his tone. So, yeah, it doesn't sound great, does it? I also just want to say, just before we get on, like, move any further than that, all I'll say for Chris, for, like, not lasting too long, it should be also worth noting that Napoleon, like, Bonaparte, only lasted 2 seconds with a woman before, whilst he was married to Josephine and stuff like that. But again, for what it's worth, I don't really feel like I could hold this too much against Chris, but what can you do outside of all the other problems? Contraceptives. Confidently, I wear a condom during the second half when I masturbate. I use Trojan or Lifestyles brand Trojan mostly, and I used condoms when I fooled with LDs as well. Condoms, or as Chris has called them, raincoats, are thin latex coverings worn over a man's penis for the purpose of birth control. However, Chris seemed to understand the condom as more of a symbol of promoting safe premarital sex rather than as a contraceptive. That's kind of strange. Aside from promoting safe sex and justifying premarital sex, Chris has also drawn his male solitude characters with condoms in order to censor their penises. Chris has stated that before his third date with Blanca, he'd wear a condom for the first 2 times they'd had sex, only to have non-protected sex by the third date. And wow, that was like even back in, we're talking about Blanca Weiss. Showing that he'd also believed that condoms serve more as some kind of gateway to pregnancy. Chris had a box of chocolate-flavoured condoms he purchased to prepare for his first time. Chris had given a few different dates for when they expired, sometime in 2010 and January in 2013. I mean, chocolate-flavoured condoms doesn't sound like the worst idea in the world, but it's much better than having fruit-flavoured condoms because, well, does anybody want to suck a 10-year-old expired banana? Nobody does. Chris reportedly also wore a condom that was flavoured like green apple while engaging in sex with Mia Hamm. It's not entirely clear whether the condom was entirely successful or not due to him mentioning that a smidge of navy had leaked out after their first round together, meaning he either kept them in his pocket for far too long, that the condom didn't fit him, well, considering around his dick, he became flaccid way faster than he should have, or he's an idiot who mistook a smear of lube or vaginal discharge for semen. Knowing Chris, any of these explanations are equally possible. For those wondering, however, it's probably safe to assume Mia Hamm won't be harbouring Crystal anytime soon. That's, well, for everyone involved, that's great. Even by some non-existent chance he managed to get her pregnant, she would have likely been on the pill anyway. Well, some things will always remain a mystery, and some things are not even worth going into in that much detail. Chris would later reveal to know that he was using a condom while having sex with his over 50 girlfriend, who was later discovered to be Bob. Yep, that, well, according to Chris anyway. While plowing a woman like Bob would cause anyone to instinctively wear the thickest condom available, then get themselves tested a few times over just in case, all of which Chris did, realistically there wasn't much reason to do so since the risk of STD in pregnancy was non-existent since both were, at least where STIs were concerned, clean and both were completely infertile. Oh dear. Sexual frustration. Now I just feel... Forget frustration. Pain is just what's going through my mind right now. Ugh. Chris has had a yearning to have a girl to have sex with him since the start of his love quest in 2003. The first manifestation of this was when he was clawing at Megan, where his pinning for her went ignored or denied as any sane person would. Throughout the first half of 2021, Chris's search for a sweetheart had resumed. Chris had expressed great sexual frustration, yearning for a physical girl to have sex with him over his fictitious sweethearts. According to Kyle, at some point in February of 2021, Chris expressed interest in wanting to get a hooker, something Chris was once not in favour of. In March of 2021, following a masturbation session, Chris had a conversation with the Watchman, in which he discussed how, despite not disliking or disapproving of the act of masturbation, he felt that he was born the wrong gender. In a May 2021 conversation, he claimed that over the years he would continually consume pornography and masturbate to get the hard-on. He expressed how, until recently, he felt that he had not fully explored his sexuality, nor any other means to stimulate himself, and even then claims to still overthink the process of inserting a dildo or vibrator up his ass. I don't even understand what was even the point of that again, this is sort of like again another issue I've kind of like had with Chris, is that he says these things but then does fuck all about them anyway. Then again, what he chose to do was absolutely disgusting. Let's not mince our words about that. But it's the fact that he just doesn't do anything he wants. Like, if he really felt this way, he would have acted on them a lot sooner, or would have actually have got... Because here's the thing, it's a very different world we live in right now, and it's going to be a very different world in a year's time and stuff like that. So, who bloody well cares what Chris does that's completely legal? As long as, it's just... If it's not hurting anybody, and, it's... Everything is above board, then who bloody well cares of what goes on? It's just... What can you do? Eh? And it's something that probably should have entered Chris's mind a lot sooner, but again, it's I'm not, again, whether or not he considers himself a gigolo or whether he knows what that means will remain a mystery and not worth getting into. And probably there are worse things going on in Chris outside of him begging for money for Transformers and more Solitude-themed sex toys. Okay, just had to, rest my throat for a bit, and we're back in action. Means of coping with Chris's sexual frustrations. Masturbation and porn consumption. I would say Chris probably would be on average consuming more porn than he is actually those gallons of coke he's drank in the span of 2 years. Chris has had a history of masturbating. Welcome to the 21st century. Starting when he discovered he could stimulate his penis by rubbing it against a washcloth when he was 15. I'm so glad Chris had to release information like that, but whatever. It took him until 15, or whatever. In 2009, he made use of a wash basin in the kitchen of his house while performing the act, and he claimed in the Ivy Q&A that he made use of a pillow that he'd fold in half, treating it as a masturbation tool. Since then, masturbation has been an outlet for Chris's sexual frustration. Even to this day, probably. Well, no, actually, it's not been since at least 2013, something like that. I don't know. In a February 2021 conversion with The Watchmen, Chris said, "Masturbation takes 15 long, tiring, and annoying minutes with my body, regardless of whatever method or tool utilized. And it has literally been that long in unenjoyable time since I first rubbed out with my body when he was 15. And that was long before I ever started on HRT. In 2016, so not only is masturbation out of the question, it's more misery-inducing." That's actually kind of a little bit depressing, to be honest, when not even the urge to rid yourself of frustration is even worth it anymore. Damn. Because then after that, you're just sort of maddening yourself even further. It is a contagion of madness once again, and you may have heard me use that term over the last couple of days, but I really like it personally, so there you are, there's your answer. Drawing porn. As for the drawing itself, I've realised that it was done not only out of inspired fantasy, angst against ED, and love for you, but also a major release from my crazy mixed up hormones. If I didn't have the foresight to put my pent up frustrations and feelings in the form of something, I might have become an abusive maniac. So thank God for allowing me to release my bottled up frustrations in a more positive, yet not so politically correct and not physically hurting others method. And by the way, if you're wondering what this is about, this is Chris on how he might have approached Megan Schroeder had he not drawn She Came for Quick.jpg. Yes, this is Chris trying to rationalize an awfully degrading and horribly embarrassing photograph of one of his closest friends, if you could call Megan that. Chris, well, I mean, yes, of course, yes, you could call Megan that, but it's just... ugh. Chris has on more than one occasion drawn pornography of his own in order to release sexual tension. Chris claimed to Megan Schroeder that he had in part created the controversial drawing She Came for Quick.jpg because he felt that doing so would inhibit him from sexually advancing on Megan, as he had feelings for her, and would have become an abusive maniac had he not created the drawing. The fact that Chris had decided to use what was essentially a product of his own pent-up sexual frustration as a means of attempting to get his Encyclopedia Dramatica page down only seemed to leave a much more bitter taste in Megan's mouth after announcing this. You are not joking. During the period when Chris became much more sexually frustrated in 2021, he displayed this more openly towards friends, and even on his social media. And did he? And sent a picture of his Chris Chan Solitude persona wearing a negligee while giving a seductive look to the WCT, and talked to him about how arousing it is to wear one. Yuck. Sex toys. Chris has made innumerable purchases of sex toys, porn DVDs, and inflatable sex dolls. Next, relationships with OCs. Oh, for God's sake. Thank God they're keeping this short. For a time, partly due to influence from the idea guys, Chris has temporarily given up on his search for a sweetheart in pursuit of being in relationships with fictional characters instead, essentially losing the plot. Next, wet dreams. Chris has also had his share of wet dreams, particularly whenever he had strong feelings for his flavor of the week. The first of these wet dreams was of Panda Halo, where he dreamed about the both of them getting naked, having sex, and then Chris finally climaxing. Well, presumably as you do when you're having sex. Chris also had a dream where he was in a labyrinth filled with water, where he met a woman and had sex with her. Chris recreated the dream in a Flipnote animation. The strangest of these was of one where Chris claims he almost had sex with the Sonic character Sally Acorn, which had left him sexually frustrated afterwards. Chris talks about another wet dream he had 2 months later, this time on the Sonic X character Chris Thorndyke, aged up and handsome. Why Chris chose Chris Thorndyke of all people, I could not tell you. God, 20 years ago, it says a lot about how, like, time flies, because I friggin' remember watching Sonic X when I was only 6 years old, and here we are 20 years later, and I don't think I'll probably ever watch Sonic X ever again after knowing this. Nah, you know what, I probably will. I think there's like the Retro Anime channel probably has something like this. I haven't checked them out in a while, so it might be worth it if they stop uploading things from Beelzebub. Chris also expresses the sexual frustration he felt after waking up from his dream too. I'm glad he did, because we wouldn't be able to know otherwise. And, God almighty, sex with mother. It had long been joked and speculated by trolls, Christorians, and observers alike that Chris has much more intimate feelings with his mother than he let on, and were unfortunately true. These speculations were confirmed in July of 2021, when screenshots were leaked of Chris detailing to Isabella Loretta Janke his incestuous exploits. Noel later revealed worryingly conversations he had previously with Chris about a new over-50s girlfriend he had been using condoms with. We will leave you up to you to put 2 and 2 together. I hate that, and with all of my hate, and I can tell you where I was when shit hit the fan. I was literally, I mentioned this before, I was at work, it was Friday, and I was at work, and I was literally just like, it was like 2 hours before my shift was over, and then I hear all these pop-ups coming up on Reddit about Chris revealing that he had done it, and then people down in the comments saying that they even called the Greene County Sheriff's Department of Virginia, and basically I wasn't even out the door ready to go to work the next day when like 3 videos came out from Gibby about this. Sexual deviance. Chris's skewed basis of his understanding of sex leads to him exhibiting several instances of sexual deviance. Inappropriate interactions with women, that's probably too many to count. To say the least, Chris's social interactions hinder his ability to understand sexual etiquette. He doesn't, and probably never will, but there you are. Next, the P word and age disparity. And the idea guys were here, but they weren't always there, so the P word has always been a touchy subject in regards to Chris. Chris had at first attempted to deny all claims that he was the P word, even creating a new word, pedophork, as a sort of comeback to those who referred to him as such, apparently being created solely to make the word rhyme in "I'm not a pedophork, you dorks." Chris has tried to retain this image by removing any references that may be interpreted as him being the P word in his Sonichu comics. Most infamously, Chris had characters in Sonichu issue 8 make comments about dumb laws when Zapina Rosechew, who was 14 years old, asked to participate in stripping for women's rights. Why literally the FBI did not get involved in Chris after this is, again, is it because just Why did, like, and that's the thing I also really need to, like, make plain, ladies and gentlemen, is that why did literally the authorities never get involved when they overheard things like this? Can somebody tell me this? Because I don't know, and to be completely honest as well, it's kind of sickening that they'll just let things like this slip under the radar. Because this wasn't done to make any big elaboration about women's rights or to do anything like nuanced or anything like that. No, it was literally for the sexual gratification of probably even Chris himself. And those sickening enough who also find that sort of work attractive. At a glance, Chris seems to adhere to the age of consent, once advertising on his attraction signs that he would only date someone of legal age. Oh, that's very nice of you, Chris. How brave of you. Chris, however, does not seem to understand or care about how creepy it is for him to be attracted to women that are half his age, and seems to see it as yet another barrier for his love quest. Well, say that to Rupert Murdoch, but then again, at his age, who do you think he cares? I mean, as blah blah blah. Chris has catcalled an artist whom he believes to be entering young adulthood, has made sexual remarks towards Bella, despite her having no interest in Chris, and has shown no arousal when Fiona exposed herself to him. What can you do? This gets worse now. Necrophilia. Please don't tell me Bob died halfway through. Please do not say that they're going to make a joke about that. While Chris himself has never engaged in sex with a dead body, to the best of anyone and probably everybody's knowledge, Chris has recently been referring to Bob as a zombie-like husk since even before they began engaging in their affair, and that her soul has already moved to her Rosechew form in C-197. Complaining that her lifeless body was still clinging to life and preventing him from going back home. Ill, meaning that Chris is at least partially comfortable with the idea of having sex with his dead mother. Though, to be completely honest, ladies and gentlemen, with a mother like Bob, she would have been dead to just about everybody else. Not that I'm saying that's any excuse, but you get what I'm coming from. In another disturbing instant, Chris recorded It's Not That Cold, where he proceeds to imitate Buffalo Bill and pretends to get inside his dead dog Paddy. While not engaging in sex with her, thank goodness for that, he does take a bizarre sexual pleasure in wearing her corpse, or at least pretending to do so since he was too lazy to actually dig her up. Nor that I think that it would have immediately got Chris arrested. Somehow. Bestiality. Yes, they had to go for these two here. Yuck. I can imagine myself doing it with a collie at least, like Lassie. Chris confessed to Panda Halo. Oh my god. Oh. Fuck me. Okay. In December of 2008, Chris told Panda Halo he would be willing to have sex with a female dog for her. Panda Halo must have literally... her soul must have left her body, or I probably would if I ever got told that. However, in his interview with Screw Attack Europe, Chris says he's against bestiality. Oh, good to know he's changed in a way. Then hoists himself by his own petard by claiming that Sonichu and Co. are not half humans but all animals, with human form. So technically this isn't bestiality, as they're animals having sex with each other. Okay. Chris suggested that Brian from Family Guy be paired up with any sexy breed of dog. Oh god, as he puts it. In the Red Maned Deer, Chris recites a poem. Basically, Chris talks about getting it off with a deer. But at the end it states, this was not in fact an act of bestiality, for you see, the Red Maned Deer I have been communicating with and tracking is really my womanly sweetheart named Jackie Romy. The fact that the deer is Jackie is obvious, but in spite of this, he explicitly stated to it that it was at the end. Mostly things that wouldn't happen inside most poems anyway, let alone trying to say you want to get off with a deer. And by the way, I'm surprised that the word, Dogtanian, literally never stuck around with Chris after this, or Dogfucker after this. Because, Chris probably likes to interfere with dogs. Just the look of complete worry is palpable, and the look of almost complete thirst from Chris is just palpable. In a photo of the rental house from June 2014, the Chandler minivan bears a bumper sticker reading, "I sleep with dogs." What exactly this means is yet to be determined, despite the fact that from all of Chris's records concerning Clover and Snoopy, you would have got the impression that Chris probably hated his dogs, for not taking them out on walks, for letting them eat food that probably could have given them heart attacks, and the rest is as it is. Is Chris a furry? The idea guys were here. Chris was brainwashed into believing that he is a furry. Or maybe it just forced Chris to be honest with himself and stop denying it. Chris May of 2018, during the aftermath of the Idea Guy saga, "I am half Honichu and half Pokemon, thus making me a furry." His words, not mine. Whether Chris could actually be considered a furry was debated for a long time. Must have been a very slow news day, eh? There are some things that point in that direction, though. Chris certainly gets aroused by provocative drawings of anthropomorphic animals, at least when they are Sonic characters. And he has drawn unsolicited porn of his own Sonic recolors. Chris Chan's Sonichu is in many ways similar to a fursona, and Chris even roleplayed the character while cybering with Julie. Finally, in the Giant Penis comic, Chris and Ivy both transform into anthropomorphic animals during the act of sex. On the other hand, Mims and Lucas noted that Chris was prejudiced against a male furry who patronized the gameplays because he happened to be gay. Given the high proportion of gay and bisexual men in the furry fandom, classic Chris would almost certainly have been uncomfortable at any kind of furry gathering. In May 2018, under the influence of the Idea Guys, Chris declared himself a furry. The Idea Guys also brainwashed him into believing that he is in a polyamorous marriage with his anthropomorphic imaginary friends, Magi-chan and Grizel, and Chris believes he has had sexual relations with these imaginary friends. Also of note that in mid-2020, he binge-watched the Netflix anime BNA, Brand New Animal, commenting that it was very good, but said nothing further than that. For the best, you decide. While Chris may loosely qualify as a furry due to his obsession with anthropomorphic electric hedgehog Pokemon and ponies, look at all the ponies, he has never shown an interest in the broader furry community. Thank God for that. Odious complex. In simple terms, it is the attachment of the child to the parent of the opposite sex, accompanied by envious and aggressive feelings towards the parent of the same sex. Chris has exuded such an odious complex for years, given his feelings for his mother coddling him, while also showing resentment for Bob now and then, especially whenever he'd scold Chris for his antics. And you can also see, well, you get the idea, and I will be covering all of these things, if for no other reason than I'm just to go through the motions. Prostitution. Given how badly Chris wanted to lose his virginity, many observers have wondered why he didn't immediately spend some of his tugboat on a prostitute. Mumble number 4 from February 2009 answered that question for a while. There, Chris explained that paying for sex would render the act meaningless, and he was, in a rare display of common sense, afraid of contracting a sexually transmitted disease. Needs must as the devil drives, though. While being blackmailed by Jack Thaddeus in the summer of 2009, Chris attempted to solicit the services of a Craigslist prostitute to fuck on camera so he could recover his hacked PlayStation Network accounts. That sounds straight up something out of South Park, and after describing his personal problems to the prostitute, she hung up on him. Chris was apparently trying to get free sex from the hooker with long, rambling stories about his horrible life and gain sympathy. He was genuinely shocked when she didn't offer to fuck him out of pity. Or even if it could make Chris shut the fuck up. Unaware that prostitutes, by definition, only have sex with men for money. Yeah, so that throws my idea out the window almost immediately, doesn't it? Previously, in March 2009, Brian Bash had sent a trio of prostitutes to Chris's house, so he would no longer be a virgin with rage. Hilarity ensued. By the beginning of 2010, Chris's views on prostitution had further softened. According to his conversations with Vivian G, around the turn of the year, he was attempting to save $100 out of his monthly budget to buy himself a whore for his 28th birthday. This presumably was the $100 for a damn hooker he referred to when begging the Wallflower for sex on YouTube in March 2010. Roughly only a couple of weeks after he turned 28, but sticks and swings and roundabouts and all that. Between April and July of 2010, under the name of Carlos Chantor, Chris tried to offer himself up as a male escort. He described himself as experienced for her pleasure, with an average body type. Later, well, how well this went, I think you don't even need to use your imagination. You probably know how well this went. Later, under the guise of his troll persona Jenkins Jinkies, Chris attempted to acquire the contact details of the hookers Brian Bash had previously hired. While it is possible that Chris merely wished to make his disguise more convincing by implying that 14-year-old Jenkins wished to hire prostitutes, it seems far more likely that Chris actually was considering hiring Brian's girls. In April 2012, a Facebook status leaked in which Chris announced that he was no longer a virgin. Suspicion arose that this was due to the help of a hooker. Chris provided further evidence suggesting that the girl was a prostitute on the 1st of May when he wrote in a Facebook note that his Virgin Breaker can be found somewhere on the back page, a website known for featuring sex service ads, that I think was shut down by the FBI in 2018 or something like that. One of those like loose stories you just hear. On the 28th to 29th of June 2014, Chris openly admitted that his first time was with a prostitute, and that he had sex with her twice. In June 2016, Chris himself made another attempt to enter the prostitution business, now as a trans woman. Going by the name Stephanie Buscakes, predictably Chris was unable to find any woman of any orientation who were interested in him paying $100 to have sex either one way or the lesbian way. There is a video about this, but I don't really want to showcase it to you guys. Well, actually, you know what? I may as well. I'm just saying it's because it's pretty disturbing nonetheless. Yeah, to be honest, the only I'll just let it speak for itself because it's pretty disturbing. By the way, the reasons for the production of the video as well as the means of acquisition of the video are, needless to say, uncertain. Also, the video is somewhat disturbing, so viewer discretion is advised.
Hello, ladies. How'd you like to spend a little quality time with this sexy bod, huh? These sexy breasts. And the thing that I was wrongfully born with down there. Ooh. Good quality time. Can have it one way, or we can play it the lesbian way. So, for $50, we can do a cuddle, or $100, we can do pretty much near anything. I don't do anal, though. I don't do anal. But we'll do anything else. We can even romp with toys. And I have lots of hidden potential. So send an email. Give me a response. Tell me you want a little lovely, sexy evening with Miss Stephanie Buscakes. Advice to the email only. Nobody with STDs and only women of any orientation need apply. Well, straight, lesbian, and bi. Y'all got the pussy? I'm very happy to work with a little bit of that. I meant to show up my booty. Did booty look good enough for you? So, respond now.
I've never. What does this even say? Women only need respond straight, lesbian or bisexual. If you smoke, please put it out and air freshen the room prior to my arrival. No STDs in area only, Charlottesville, Virginia, or local. Email to StephanieBuscakes@gmail. Okay. So in case you're wondering why I didn't bother listening to that, it's because I know the rhetoric and I don't particularly want to, go down that route anyway. Because, as it turns out, proud, lazy, unhygienic, and discriminatory people like Chris, ironically, do not make good prostitutes. So, I mean, again, I wouldn't know, but then again, I wouldn't go with somebody if I knew of their reputation of that sort. Neither does Chris never make the case of what would be in it for the person involved. That's the thing. I feel like a lot of this almost is subsidiary to the benefits of Chris as opposed to the person involved. It's just a cheap way of trying to get people to pay him for sex. That seems to what the motive is, if ever there was one. On April 24th, 2018, while under the influence of the idea guys who had allegedly been extorting him out of thousands of dollars, Chris announced, "Anyone living locally to me in Virginia or visiting Charlottesville, I'll give you all blowjobs for money too. Serious." A fan on Twitter messaged him about it. In their conversation, Chris said, "Consider me a beginner with experience blowing my loving boyfriend. Willing to learn and adapt further. $50 for that blowjob from this celeb. If he wants butt sex, that would be $100. Cash only." Chris told Quick Protest Squad member Ting Tings that he was indeed serious about prostituting himself, had several offers, but had not taken on any customers. When asked if he would consider, Chris responded, "A little from column A and the latter from column B, whatever the hell that means." After the God Dogs rescued Chris from the idea guy's influence, he reversed course and disavowed the prostitution messages on the 7th of May 2018, saying he had been coerced. He went further on the 25th of May, saying he had been forced to write such things and implied the idea guys had been behind it. According to Kyle, in February of 2021, Chris wanted a hooker and asked Kyle to ask no to get him one. Apparently, Chris couldn't even be bothered to do that himself anymore. Incest. And by the way, this article is too large off topic, and there's some things I have to censor here for 1 second. It has been suggested that we smash its heart rate down to 15% and split off the pieces into their own articles. Discuss on the talk page. I myself did have dreams of having sex with my mother. Chris, 2016. And if you're wondering what I'm censoring here, well, it is Chris penetrating Sonichu. And the caption beneath it goes, Chris having sex with his own son, Sonichu, in order to fulfill a prophecy to bring Crystal into the world. And Chris himself says in this hurts me worse, my son, but destiny called us to make this baby. Our next CPU, our Crystal Rosechew. Ah. Since Chris has long been suspected of having unnatural feelings about sex and family. In 2007, Chris attempted to shock Encyclopedia Dramatica into submission by posting his own Rule 34 drawings, including one of himself finger-banging a nude brunette woman. ED users immediately concluded that this was Crystal, Chris's imaginary twin sister in the comics. This charge infuriated Chris and therefore became the convention wisdom, or more conventional wisdom. By the time Chris successfully convinced anyone that it was really Megan Schroeder in the drawing, the notion that Chris wants to bang his imaginary twin sister had already stuck. Boo-hoo, it stuck like glue. Crystal, Chris's imaginary twin sister, appeared as a girlfriend card he made for Yu-Gi-Oh!, and her attractiveness and desirability are brought up several times in the Sonichu comics, well after being established as Chris's twin. Chris has shown complete ignorance in matters incestuous before. Yes, no joke. His Electric Hedgehog Pokemon are all related, despite their type and appearance differences. They all come from Sonic and the same male Pikachu. Apart from the fact that they were all created by Chris and knowledge of him as knowledgeable as he is and such, Sonichu and Rosechu calling him father, but many of them are paired off with one another, notably Sonichu, Rosechu, Bubbles, Blake, and Magi and Sylvana. Simola was technically made by someone else. Whew. Banging and some even having kids. Ew. Chris's own comic children are a form of incest. As Chris impregnated himself with his navy, yuck, Chris shrugs off all medical and scientific facts and lists the two as perfectly healthy and autism-free, as though Oh, okay, I haven't got time for this about the autism bet, but ew. Ew, ew, ew. Chris first expounded his views on incest to the internet on the 31st of January 2009, the day of my 11th birthday, happy birthday to me, eh? During the first Mumble chat, when it was revealed that he did not fully understood the meaning of the word incest. I think we could call this Exhibit A. While he showed or maybe even Exhibit C. While he showed aversion towards incest in the chat, his condemnation of it was lukewarm, saying that he would only definitively discourage that, and that lesbian incest is possibly okay, due to no reproduction being involved. Compare this to his statements about male homosexuality from the same chat. I hate homo males. I'd sooner have a sex change before I would ever turn into a homo. Or to his statements about male homosexuality from earlier that month, saying that he would make it a crime and force its practitioners into having sex with members of the opposite gender. Jesus Christ. A year later, Chris's views became staunch. When a correspondent in the mailbag pointed out that Chris's state allows cousin marriage but not same-sex marriage, Chris furiously denied it and wrote, "Cousin marriage is just as terrible and unholy as marrying your own mother or father." When another correspondent responded to Chris by saying that he is happily married to his cousin and that their marriage is indeed legal in Virginia, Chris answered him by saying he was destined to hell for his relationship. Goodness knows what fate Chris is going to suffer when his time comes to an end, but we'll wait and see about that. Not realizing that incest is shown in a positive light in the Bible. When the subject came up again in the next mailbag, Chris said that his sexual relations between cousins are just as wrong as incest between parents and their children or between siblings, and that all those relationships were condemned in the same part of the Bible, which is not actually true. But then again, trying to get Chris to be correct on aspects of religion is a moot point at that point, because do you think Chris cares or even wants to go into it? More relations about incest. Chris's recent failings have helped the Quickie gather more information for this article. Be a winner by adding more. This new information can be found here from November 2023, social media posts rant against incest files. In February of 2010, Chris notably did not react to an extremely NSFW ad of himself on the Wikipedia depicting himself fingering Bob like he did with a former friend in a certain illustration, despite reacting to an ad claiming that he was dead. That's true. He seemed more concerned about that than somebody accusing him of, incest. During the Idea Guy saga, the troll convinced that that Magi-chan foretold of a prophecy in which Crystal would be born by Chris mating with Sonichu. He also informed Chris that if he was drawn, he wouldn't have had to do it in real life. Chris complied. During the nonsensical issue 13 of Sonichu incest is unsurprisingly everywhere, from Chris-chan Sonichu getting married to Magi-chan to Chris and Sonichu raping each other. To the Watchman, Chris chatted about how he was upset over implications of incest in the Sonichu family, stating that he had written a piece to dispute the ugh incest bullshit. In a Facebook post from January of 2020, Chris reiterated his opposition to incest, writing, "I personally seriously disapprove of incest and would never practice it at all. And the bottom line is, incest is never wincest. Epic ugh." Dreams of sex with Bob. what a transition that is. And there's, oh god, have you seen how much there is to go here? Look how much there is. And they can't really be going into that detail unless, of course, it's the actual transcript of the call he had with Janky. But we'll wait and see. Dreams of sex with Bob. On the 10th of August 2016, Chris posted a response to a mother-son couple who were arrested for incest. He admitted to having dreams of having sex with my mother, but never acting on them ever. Among other things, he also implied that incest offers a chance for better teaching the child how to better satisfy their eventual partners. All this is in stark contrast to his earlier condemnation of incest, which raises the question of whether Chris was being true and honest, but changed his opinion later thanks to his growing degeneracy or the likely possibility that it was all for show. Presumably both, to be honest. I have a few things to say in response to this article. Firstly, the child was over 18, and surely the mother has talked it out with him beforehand. The child might have had social problems, or a situation where socializing or going out to socialize with other people. Have you noticed Chris is trying to almost spin the narrative that he's trying to insert himself into this so that people will, which again leads to the ideas about whether Chris had done anything with Bob before the actual phone calls happened, but we might never know, possibly for the best. But then again, these are things we do. Why on earth would Chris even write this much about it anyway? If he, I mean, yes, Chris had admitted to these sorts of things before, but why would anybody in any context, even if they were being honest, ever say things like that? Yeah, remember what I said before? Just because you can does not mean you should. Well, there's your answer. Financial situation to prevent paying someone else to come over and help out in the situation. Moreover, it was the lifelong affections between parent and child. Also, the mother probably could not bear any ovum for children anymore. Anyhow, who among everyone in this world has not had a dream of having sex with one of their parents? I haven't, and nor does anybody I know, so yeah, shit out of luck on that one, Chris. Never acting on them, ever. I, myself, did have dreams of having sex with my mother, although incest is quite a controversial topic, but there are circumstances where there would not be so much harm as one may think, feel, or believe. The child is over 18. The mother is unable to have any more children at the time. Birth control and protection is available and can be used in the case of a father-daughter. Birth control definitely should be used anyhow. Also consider it if the child is adopted, not as much biological. Plus, this offers a chance for better teaching the child how to better satisfy their eventual partners. The schools can only teach from books. Well, and also what the government provides for them in terms of how they teach, but never mind about that. Not so much practice. And anybody wants to end, and bear in mind, Chris was educated this during the Bush senior / Bill Clinton years, so sexual relations and Miss Drudgery might have been the agenda. Possibly, I have no idea. I have no idea about any reference to when Chris was taught about sexual education or anything like that. And nobody wants to end up being a 20 or 30 plus year old virgin. I know, that is a huge enduring pain for Chris, not for anyone else, which it's another problem is that he can't really see that other people are probably not as are quite put off by this more than probably Chris thinks he is. Unless the act was abusive, hurtful, or would result in an unwanted birth of a physical or mental challenged child, I would not judge or persecute the parent and child. But you do persecute against, children who are born who are mentally defective. Well, Chris has said that before. I would encourage the child to socialize more, maybe make it easier for the child to meet more people his or her own age. Do not send the mother and son to jail. Kim Wilson would then later say that incest was not harmless like Chris had stated, and that actual incest can result in serious mental problems for both people involved. And Kim also encouraged Chris not to partake in incest. We all know how that ends, and all on deaf ears. We should have seen this coming from a mile away, the more I think about it. On the 30th of September 2019, while role-playing as Magi-chan, Chris would describe Bob as a guilty pleasure waifu. What a surprise. Actual sex with Bob. Oh, God. Oh, God. While the prospect of Chris having sex with Bob was joked about for many years, most people did not believe Chris would actually go through with it. Well, you notice how they say actually go through with it because, well, with all the information Chris was revealed and stuff like that, the only thing people had to speculate now is whether Chris would or would not. Before the incest call was leaked, there were numerous warning signs of what was to come, mainly being that the fact that Bob would force Chris to spoon her in bed for many years, and telling Mia Hamm that the sexual massage he gave her was the same one he gave his mother. Ew. Their actions around each other have indicated a long history of incestuous interest. However, many just assumed that this was a combination of Chris's autism, making him act inappropriately, and Bob's infamously controlling behavior. After the incest calls were leaked, it was revealed that Chris had been engaging in regular sex with Bob every 3 nights or so since the 27th of July 2021. His seduction methods included giving her full body massages while making attempts to finger her, kissing her on the lips with Bob refusing to open her mouth, and Chris making psychic connections with her before, during and after their romps in the hay. It's also noteworthy that Chris refers to Bob as Barbie-chan almost exclusively now whenever this has something to do with her supposed anime fanfiction characteristics. A bizarre pet name or Chris trying to subconsciously distance himself from their familiar bonds is unknown, and something that probably Chris will not want to mention again because probably it will send him straight back to jail. Rape. Pro tip. It has not been officially proven that Chris has raped his mother, though he also alludes to Bob being zombie-like months before he started his affair with her in the jail letters, which raises questions about her ability to consent. Also for the fact that when Chris DM'd, it wasn't just Noel that Chris got him in touch with, it was also former YouTuber Dylan and Christorian Dylan Thomas, in which Chris stated to Dylan that on several occasions Bob asked Chris to stop. Make of that what you will, but that sounds like rape to me. But why on earth the courts never had to look into that, or people even higher than the courts or even if it went to a Supreme Court or something like that, they never looked into that, which again, the justice system might be even more broken than we ever first suspected. Certainly within the state of Virginia, but you tell me. Chris was very apathetic about the idea of consent, and to a larger extent, the act of rape. When Panda Halo told him she was raped by Clyde Cash, he reacted nonchalantly. He probably didn't even think about it, to be honest. He even thought it would be appropriate for Panda to move in with her rapist. You are reading that correctly, by the way, which is technically in line with a certain archaic Christian principles. Well, at one point, but not anymore. Whom he called a good man for regretting the rape and for being willing to take care of the ensuing child. Well, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. According to Chris, back then, rape was absolutely fine as long as you would be able to take responsibility. No, the people who rape are the ones who take advantage of other people. That's not how that works, Chris. Later on, long after the Pantyhalo saga was over, he would wish her and her rapist a happy marriage. In iPods Down and Listen Up, he didn't seem to realize that his improvised lyrics detailed a sexual act that would almost certainly be construed by others as rape. Maybe Chris was the real person who wrote Blurred Lines and it had nothing to do with Robin Thicke at all. Does anybody remember that song? It's probably better if people don't remember it, unfortunately, because of the sort of damage it's done to Robin Thicke's livelihood, his music career. Even Pharrell Williams has never really sort of like got over those sorts of things, which again proves once and for all that when you are that open about things like that, you know what, just because you can does not mean you should. Just saying. Anyway, where was I? Chris eventually compared his ordeals with the trolls, particularly during the classic era, to rape in his Facebook posts. Since Blue Spike's most infamous incident involved an act that could be described as sexual abuse in front of several people, this is admittedly a fitting description. Yeah, fuck Blue Spike. As far as Chris being a potential rapist is concerned, the situation was more complicated. For starters, as explained earlier, he admitted that he drew SheCameForQuick.jpg to prevent himself from acting on his sexual impulses against Megan Schroeder, who had previously scolded him for inappropriately touching her. During a particularly disturbing chat, he, incognito, suggested that the trolls tried to convince him to rape Rocky Shoemaker. He also evidently saw no issue with rape by fraud, essentially having sex with someone while tricking them into believing you're somebody else, meaning they didn't consent with you. As seen with his comic book counterpart, when he travels forwards in time to have sex with his future wife, Lovely Weather, in the guise of being his future self, whom is definitely a different person in the future, during the Casey calls. He attempted unsuccessfully to lure her to his place in the guise of being Liquid Chris, again seeing absolutely nothing wrong with this. There's a growing pattern in a lot of these incidents, ladies and gentlemen, that he seems to think that if you do that to a woman, then that means you've absolutely put them in their place and that Chris theoretically holds all the keys. I'm fucking speechless just having to say that, but it's what do you expect is going to happen when these sorts of things happened? Also, do you think Chris would have taken responsibility for these sorts of things? You know what, he's quick to judge other people, but do you think he's going to take anything on board? In all likelihood, though, these parts of his behavior are most likely explained by the keys to understanding his behavior overall. His ignorance about the world and his persecution complex causes him to be quite naive about how bad rape actually is. With the Rocky situation above, he likely said that as part of an odd roundabout scheme to get the trolls arrested, but it's still pretty fucked up that he'd even suggest something like this, let alone tell her about it after. In one of the Casey calls, Chris states he believes that abortion in cases of rape should be the choice of the victim, and that they should not be pressured by others in their decision. Despite joking about how uncomfortably close he was to his own mother, few actually believe that Chris had it in him to commit an act of rape. For instance, he tried to kiss Emily and gave up when she said no, showing that he does understand the importance of consent. Or at least he used to. Unfortunately, it seems that as of 2014, he has decided that he won't take no for an answer, and basically molested Catherine during their second outing by hugging her and burying his head in her breasts, even after she flatly told him not to. I would have called the police if that happened, but, you know, the onus is on the persons involved and stuff like this, and yeah. This gets even more disturbing when you consider this email, where Chris outright says that he's entitled to a relationship. Fuck that, no he isn't. Also, not helping matters was Chris kissing multiple guests who posed it with him at the Too Many Games convention, regardless of consent, which ultimately got him kicked out. You see, this is the problem with... You see where this sort of behavior lends you, ladies and gentlemen? Exactly. Furthermore, it was argued that Chris didn't have a history of violence conducive to attempting sexual assault. Aside from his habit of dishing out threats he can't possibly carry out, hitting Michael Snyder with a car, and macing a manager in the chest, Chris is physically very weak and unfit, and simply could not overpower an able-bodied person. The only outcome of him attempting it would be a swift knee to the dick, followed by a rousing round of America's favourite game, Kick the Autistic. However, given Catherine's experience with Chris during their outing, in her words, she was taken by surprise and couldn't react to it, it was encouraged that women should exercise caution around him. Interestingly, Chris details in announcement 06292016 that he wants all men to stay an arm's length distance away from him. Along with showing the insecurities he possesses concerning men, Chris seems to think that he is an attractive enough trans woman for a man to consider raping him. Probably something that even in prison nobody was even considering, but what do I know? Questions of whether or not Chris was capable of rape have been discussed previously among observers, but the situation became much more complicated in 2021, following Chris's incest with Barb, which has not been proven to be consensual or non-consensual despite circumstantial evidence pointing toward the latter. In light of the information revealed through the incest call and the other outlets from around the same time, it's unclear whether or not Barb agreed to have sex with her son or if he forced himself onto her, and as such, it is not clear if Chris is actually a rapist. Whether any other further evidence comes out in the years to come regarding these sorts of cases, and these cases could be reopened again if new service emerges, we're going to have to say, on the side of caution, we don't know, and therefore we can't say yes or no. Unfortunately. Chris noted that Barb appeared to be partially confused during certain sexual encounters, which fueled long-time speculation she could have been have a degenerative mental disease, which would thus make her unable to consent. For what it's worth, Chris mentioned that Barb made the first move, which would be consistent with certain inappropriate behaviour that she got Chris to do earlier in life, such as asking him to spoon with her, as there is little context as to what happened during the incestuous affair. As Chris is known for being an unreliable source of information, and as Barb has not spoken about the subject, it cannot clearly be confirmed to be rape without a proper criminal investigation. Chris has also not been charged with rape despite spending months in jail, awaiting his trial for the incest charge, with Barb being declared mentally competent enough to live on her own in 14 Branch Lane Court. It is unlikely that rape charges will be pursued without her testimony, and even then, that would only happen if she decides to throw Chris under the bus. In the event that the affair was consensual, Barb would also most likely want to avoid incriminating herself, as she could also face charges if she was a willing participant. And again, it's one of those issues, again, ladies and gentlemen, where the courts could take Barb for being unreliable, as certainly with what we know now in terms of like what Barb suffers from, it's would they even pursue it? And well, they should pursue it, but how much they can get out of this is anybody's guess. Then, of course, would Barb really... does Barb even remember who Chris even is? Or who even Cole Smithy is? It's... I don't really want to like go think about it too much more, because to be honest, that is kind of the end of it as far as Chris and the body sections are concerned. And I've mentioned this many times before, but it would be slightly less it would be more interesting if it also wasn't so deeply disturbing. I often did wonder very seriously in the back of my mind as to whether or not even doing any of these was any good at all. But as I stated before, ladies and gentlemen, it's always one thing to say that it's a good indication about what you should do and what not to do, and if you do this, this, and this, then you're going to end up as this, that, and the other. However, there might even be something a little bit more serious going on as a result of all these. And maybe it's just that, well, this is what happens when these sort of things go unchecked and people don't step in, and when the authorities don't do anything authoritative in cases like these, where they really should, for not just Chris's well-being, but also for the well-being of other people involved who have been the victims of Chris. Believe it or not. And I know we've been here for quite nearly 2 hours, but I hope you guys have enjoyed this reading, and we move on to the aspects of Chris's psyche next, and there's plenty of things to go through, so take care, ladies and gentlemen, and bye-bye for now.